En un contexto global donde los desafíos trascienden fronteras, América Latina y el Caribe pueden ser una fuerza de cambio y oportunidades. La región es capaz de dar respuestas en áreas que son críticas para el futuro del planeta. La Semana de Conocimiento del Grupo BID es un espacio de encuentro único, donde construiremos puentes entre la frontera global del conocimiento y la región. Además, exploraremos cómo el conocimiento apoya políticas públicas, replicando éxitos y evitando errores. Aprende de expertos de clase mundial, construye redes y forma parte de nuestra comunidad global en desarrollo y efectividad. Regístrate ya.
Buenos días.
Good morning, and I'm going to start in Spanish because it's the last day, and I'm so happy to have our people here in person.
Online. Thank you for being here. Last day, I'm your host, Monica Fonseca, and I'm very proud and honored to be here. So, very important, we're going to have French here in a moment. So, if you need your equipment, interpretation equipment, you can get it there. Same you back home or back in your offices. Esto es información relevante.
This is relevant information for all of you. Before we begin, it's a very powerful day.
You through the sessions we have planned for today. A reminder to our online viewers that interpretation services are available through our social channels. That is super important today. Additionally, I encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to earn digital credentials, providing open recognition of your valuable participation. Today's discussion promises to be a culmination of the rich conversation we had over the week. In this session of STAR Lessons, we'll understand more about the importance of learning, unlearning, and relearning. This process involves acquiring new knowledge, skills, and perspectives, while also being willing to let go outdated or ineffective methods, ensuring constant innovation of improvement. To kickstart this conversation, we are honored to have with us Carlos Álvarez Buliem, the Executive Director for Chile and Ecuador at IDB. With a wealth of experience, Ms. Buliem brings a unique perspective on the role of learning in driving development in his opening remarks. Let's hear from Mr. Carlos Álvarez Buliem. And we can, of course, receive him with a round of applause. Carlos.
Good morning. Economic development of countries is essentially a learning process, a learning that occurs at the level of the people who live in those countries, within the organizations in which they participate, like schools, companies, public organizations, or NGOs, and at the level of society as a whole. And at each of these levels, learning involves processes of structural transformation that occur inside people, organizations, and societies, allowing them to perform in an increasingly effective manner when they face the challenges, known or new, imposed by their environment. The IDB is an organization that seeks to promote economic development, and therefore, the essence of its task is to accompany the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in these particular learning processes. The bank does this both by providing funds for physical investment, but especially by giving technical support to governments for policy reforms and modernization of institutions. In doing this, IDB seeks not only to be a financial entity, but also a knowledge bank, which, based on the knowledge held by its teams, accompanies countries in their learning processes. But to be increasingly effective, this organization, the IDB, must be capable of learning and of improving its learning processes to make them more and more effective. We could define knowledge for impact as the extent to which the strategic and technical decisions that shape the bank's projects, programs, or portfolios are based on the best available evidence obtained from external sources, but especially from the cumulative experience of the bank's teams in their field work. This knowledge is then systematized, shared, and reused in future interventions. To achieve impact, it's not only important to understand which interventions work well and which don't, and collect rigorous evidence on that. How to implement those interventions is an equally important dimension. For this reason, the effective use of the tacit knowledge that emerges from operations is a challenge for us. How can we consolidate the loop between knowledge and operations to quickly reuse insights gained from previous projects, either tacit or explicit, and optimize the outcomes of new initiatives? How can we foster the culture of continuous learning within our institutions? How can we strengthen our governance model to maximize knowledge for impact? How can new technologies, such as generative artificial intelligence, boost knowledge flows and productivities? By reflecting on diverse perspectives and experiences, the panel will address these and other topics and delve into the challenges and opportunities development organizations face to leverage knowledge and lessons learned from field operations and missions to enhance development effectiveness and boost impact, driving positive change in the communities we serve. Let's then learn from the magnificent group of experts and practitioners in the field of organizational learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Carlos, for setting the stage for today's discussions. Your insights are invaluable as we delve into the world of learning, unlearning, and relearning, as I told you before. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed panel of experts. Joining us today, we have Edward Hoffman, a distinguished lecturer at Columbia University and former Chief Knowledge Officer at NASA. Susan Roth, Chief Knowledge Manager at the Asian Development Bank, bringing a wealth of knowledge from a renowned institution. Susan is also here. Oh yeah, over there. Robin Vincent Smith, Head of Change Management and Knowledge Management at Doctors Without Borders, an organization that truly understands the power of knowledge in critical situations. Oh yes. Chris Payne, Head of Knowledge Management at the International Olympic Committee, an institution that thrives on excellence and precision, and Marcelo Cabrol, Chief of Scalability, Knowledge and Impact Division at IDB Lab, a leader in driving impactful knowledge initiatives. And our conversation will be expertly moderated by Lorena Rodriguez Bu, Chief of the Knowledge and Learning Division at the IDB. Welcome back.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you, Director Alvarez, for those very insightful opening remarks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th and last day of our IDB Group Knowledge Week. As you may have seen, we have a group of panelists from very diverse backgrounds and institutions, but organizations with distinct objectives. However, we all share a common purpose, which is the importance we place in knowledge generation, systematization, and sharing. We also place we have a need regarding the quality, the timeliness, and the opportunity of that knowledge, particularly when we talk about evidence, and including lessons learned, and how to use them to enhance our efforts and achieve results. So all of these organizations have put in place processes, procedures to systematize and to share lessons learned. But today in this session, we would like to dive in and really understand how all of these organizations truly learn. So let's start with you, Ed. Over 35 years ago,
Painful.
I know, we're going there. The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded just right after takeoff. 20 years ago, the Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrated while re-entry. Can you talk to us a little bit about how did NASA overcome that failure stigma and really embrace failure and learn from it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. First of all, I want to say that what you're doing here and what IDB is doing is exactly what we should be doing. Maybe we'll get into AI. But my view is when you get people together and they agree and they disagree and they talk about what matters, that leads to success. And when we worry only about technology and process, we move too fast before we know kind of sometimes what we're doing. So I thank you for what you're doing. I was at the very beginning of my career. I was in my 20s at NASA when Challenger exploded. It transformed my career because at that point, NASA lost the aura of invulnerability. This was not that many years after the Apollo moon landing. It was a place of what I would call positive arrogance. There was a NASA arrogance in terms of the ability we can do anything. And that part of it was good. The bad part was that I think there was a sense that we were kissed by God if you worked at NASA, that you had natural talents that you would figure things out. Challenger changed that. If you look at any of the Challenger books or case studies, it was an example of not the technology just falling, but human interaction that crumbled. Leadership, not listening to people, leadership telling people not to talk. Artificial pressures from the White House wanting to launch, even though we were doing things in a temperature that told us not to do it. Contractors working for NASA being told to leave the room, and decisions magically changing. Data all of a sudden changing dramatically. So what Challenger did was an impactful failure. What I learned is that a place like NASA, the good thing is that they really respond to failure. The culture of NASA is that they want to keep launching projects, and a failure is a threat. So they had to stop and think, and what came out of that was a total focus in terms of developing learning, development, and knowledge at NASA. And I was pulled to Washington. I was given a lot of funding to start looking at that. And NASA, as an organization, has since then put a lot of money into knowledge, into leadership. We had a knowledge office over a decade ago. We had a program academy, starting about 30 years ago. So the failure was a motivation to say, this isn't deemed we're going to be successful, let's do something about it. It created a healthy skepticism in the importance of development, and it kind of smacked that notion that just showing up with smart people, things are going to work out. And the other thing that was a frustration, even 33 years after I had left NASA, was I don't think we look to learn from successes. So successes create a complacency when we should still be having active discussions and sharing of knowledge and things like that. But Challenger was a seminal point where NASA said, let's get right about this and let's put money into learning development. And it started that whole process.
Thank you, Ed. And I think that's a very important example for the rest of us as an organization to not only focus on successes, but also in failures, because it's very important that we learn from both. Susan, let's go to you. We understand that the Asian Development Bank is going to some restructuring, some internal process. Can you talk to us, how does the Asian Development Bank, the new operational modeling, is strengthening the relationship between knowledge and operations to better serve those countries where you work? I'm not sure if she got... Susan, can you hear us well?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit broken up. I hope that you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, good. So I think I got what you said. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us. I'm here speaking from Manila. It's in the evening here in Manila already in the Far East. Several important shifts happened at the Asian Development Bank. And for those of you who are familiar with the multilateral development banks, you know that what counts most for us or counted most for us in the past was really providing financing to our member countries. While we speak about being knowledge providers to the countries, if you look at the key performance indicators of the multilateral development banks, it's still how much money goes out the door, how many projects are approved, and what's the amount of financing. So in the last couple of years, that really changed, particularly in ADB, as similar to the IDB, with the increase in income of our countries, member countries, and they wanted to have more sophistication, more knowledge. And of course, also the needs are changing, particularly now with climate change adaptation and mitigation. So what we see is, number one, a strong demand from member countries to really provide knowledge on green growth, on energy transition, on new ways to grow while not harming the environment. And that led to an internal pressure, I have to say, where we were 4 years ago, we were a very small group called the Knowledge Advisory Services Group. And in the last 3 years, we became a department. Similar to the IDB, we merged with the Department of Communication into the Department of Communication and Knowledge Management. But this wasn't all. We were the bravest, I would say, right now. Because we did an audit, the ISO 3041 knowledge management audit. We are the first public sector organization in the world to do that. And it was a very interesting exercise because it really allows us to systematically create a durable and sustainable knowledge management system that survives individual leaders who stand up for knowledge management, but really institutionalizes. So we are establishing knowledge management governance at the highest level of management in the bank, down to every employee. We are defining very clear roles of each staff member to contribute to the knowledge management system. We are engineering new behaviors through our innovation hub that we launched, really create interdisciplinarity. We've launched future thinking foresight programs to make people talk about the knowledge of the future, because as we all know, the knowledge of the past is often not that valid anymore, especially if we have to now design projects in new ways. We have to consider risks in new ways. Some of our projects have been affected by disasters. They disappeared suddenly. We had one case recently in Nepal. So all of this is now really leading, seeing knowledge of employees contribute to the knowledge management system, but also really use it. And that's really, I think, what Ed said, the combination of people and engineering the right kind of facilitated conversations, but also really now leveraging and using artificial intelligence to make personalized knowledge available when people need it. On the lessons learned, I think we're coming to this later, but we have a very engineered process in these MDBs, right? At the end of the project, we have lessons learned, but often they're quite sanitized. So we now want to change that too and harvest really the lessons learned during project implementation in a more informal manner. And I'll talk about more later.
Thank you, Susan. And the Asian Development Bank and the IDB has several similarities. And at this moment, we're preparing a new institutional strategy. And a very important component of that strategy is knowledge, how this organization is improving as a knowledge bank. And as Susan said, how can we use more and more sophisticated tools and more knowledge to offer to our clients in the region. Chris, let's talk about the Olympics, a topic that we all love. Tell us how does the Olympic Committee capture and systematize lessons learned throughout the game cycle, from design to implementation and closure, so to avoid losing all those important insights that you learn during the games? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I hope what I'm going to say is useful. I think the IOC, the Olympics, is a little bit different, perhaps. My specific area of focus is on the knowledge management aspects of games operations. So the challenge of delivering 28 World Championships in a period of 2 weeks. And I think we increasingly focus on insights and learning. It's not just about the knowledge. And I'm going to talk a little bit about before, during, and after each edition of the Games. So we're working with up to 4 different organizing committees for the Olympic Games in different territories. Their journey is a 7-year journey, and we have to support them from startup to closure, and the deadline, which is the opening ceremony, is fixed. So we don't have any option to delay. So you can see it's a linear project with very determined, carefully worked out milestones. And I think the knowledge is most effective when it is really connected to those milestones. So my challenge predominantly is how do you link knowledge management and project management? I think all of the knowledge we produce supports essentially a learning process and encouraging people to take the time to learn before they attack the delivery of any specific milestone. Every Games is different. There are cultural differences, there are corporate differences, different ways of working, there are regulatory differences. And what we're really interested in is how people use knowledge effectively, not necessarily what they produce. So we're less concerned about the endpoint deliverable and much more concerned about the process and good processes that encourage people to use knowledge in the right way to learn. Ultimately, the Games happens at a multitude of different venues. It's a vertical growth in the organizing committee, obviously, the silos and so on. But at the venues, at the delivery, at the end game, if you like, it's very horizontal. So the magic dust is really how knowledge is used to integrate across multiple different functions, multiple different delivery imperatives, the sequencing of getting all the right equipment into the venue and so on. One big advantage for us is we have a very clear knowledge client. So we know 7 years from the outset that the organizing committee exists. We tend to focus very heavily, myopically, on that organization. We encourage early stage development of different strategies that tie organization design, learning and development, and project management together. There's a very strong focus on roles and capabilities, and everything has to be delivered in context, which is a significant challenge for us. I think during the actual journey then, the 7 years, the real key bit is the last 4 years. We do a range of different things. I cannot really emphasize enough the importance of technology. We use a learning experience platform. It's a single point of entry for all of our assets, everything to do with insights and learning. It's increasingly tailored to the needs of the individual and how they engage with the content. And that individual focus is really by role. There are lots of specific thematic communities. So by far the best way to transfer knowledge in any linear project delivery is through good quality community engagement and peer exchange. And increasingly, if you get a good tool, there are lots of native AI ways to create specific learning threads and drive different content, different learning opportunities to individuals as they evolve along the journey. Another thing we do is we dip into the organizing committees on their journey, and we do a series of structured interviews. So we go in and interview the middle management layer 5 times on their journey, and we make all of those interviews and the transcripts available to everybody in the ecosystem. So everybody who's working in an OCOG, be it delivering next year or delivering in 7 years' time. And then the after, just a few comments on that. We tend to refer to that as the evaluation. The critical challenge for us is getting a multitude of different stakeholders aligned on what the lessons are from each edition of the Games. It's an incredibly complex stakeholder environment. Athletes, press, sponsors, media, you name it. There's a huge amount of different stakeholders. So getting them all aligned is probably our biggest single challenge. The trick for us is to establish the destination in terms of evolutions in the games delivery model before we get to the actual delivery of the games. If we can establish the direction, like the destination for any specific evolutions beforehand, we have a much better chance of really doing proper gap analysis on the different lessons learned and really hone in on the things that are missing and are relevant to the future organizing committees. I think the final point I would make is we run a series after the games of specific thematic workshops, and we split those by executive leadership focus, lots of things that are cross-functional, focusing on the integration challenges, and then finally the more mechanical, functional area type debriefs at the end, you know, what specifically worked and didn't work in transport, or in food and beverage, or in cleaning and waste, those kinds of things. So that tiered debrief process, if you like, based on a series of workshops that are then condensed and presented as lessons, is how we try to do things.
Thank you, Chris. A very interesting chain of learning at the International Olympics Committee. Let's go to our own house, at the IDB lab. Marcelo, following this global conversation around the generative artificial intelligence transformative potential, how do you think that generative AI can support knowledge generation and knowledge dissemination?
Thank you, Lorena. I'm happy that you didn't mention for how many years I've been working here. Very happy. Thank you for that. In any case.
You and me.
Yeah, exactly. A coffee later, okay? In any case, let's start, before we talking about technology, let's talk about why we're here, essentially. And we are an innovation lab inside of the IDB group. As an innovation lab, the issue here and the mandate is to take risks. Okay, so we do risky projects. We take more risks than the rest of the group. That means essentially that we fail more than the rest of the group. Mm-hmm. And failure is okay. Now, there's three things that you need to do from failure. You need to ascertain that you have a failure from impact. You need to see whether and how you didn't reach scale, if that's the problem. But what you should do and must do is to create knowledge out of failure. Okay, so that's my first important point. Now, let me give you the second point. The second point, it's about artificial intelligence. And of course, November of 2022, it's a month that we cannot forget. GPT-3 was launched, 100 million users almost right away, and that changed completely the equation for us. With artificial intelligence, the equation is to be able to capture knowledge faster and cheaper and more efficiency than we did before. And that's super important. So what are the things that we are doing now better, or we're trying to do with artificial intelligence? The first one is, of course, to create insights. Now, as a small institution, we can create insights that we couldn't create before. Then to be more efficient. With less people, we can do more. Be careful. I'm not saying with no people, we can do more. And I'm going to go back to that point in a moment. And also, what happened in November 2022 changed the way we think about artificial intelligence for knowledge creation. Let me give you 2 examples. We started 4 years ago with an artificial intelligence engine to look for unstructured data in our own documents and outside documents. You know the story. Genoma for us, essentially. And what it did is try to create the insights from those documents. What happened in November 2022 is that suddenly the prompting and the way we needed to do those kind of engines changed completely. So we're now adjusting syntax and a lot of things that they need to be adjusted for those systems to be fully efficient. So that changed what we were doing with artificial intelligence. November 2022 helped us also to think ways in a different way. And I'm going to give you the last example. We are doing an agile impact pilot, which essentially means that we are, of our 100 projects doing 100 projects a year. Our specialists are always struggling to calibrate indicators and to actually map the indicators into our results framework. We are using now this pilot with generative artificial intelligence to actually generate better indicators, to ensure calibration and alignment, and to actually be able to say more. Remember the risk, not only about the risk that we're running with a particular project, but what we're doing with our portfolio of projects in a particular area. That's the promise that we have. The promise is that we can do more efficiently using this instrument. Now, my last point, I promise, and the last point is this comes with a cost. We need to look at issues of privacy. We need to look at issues of false information. I mean, GPT-3 does give you sometimes false information. And we also need to be sure that as we go into that frontier, we have the human in the center. That is to say, we still need our knowledge specialists to be those that coordinate and arrange for knowledge management.
Thank you, Marcelo. And speaking about continuous learning, besides Genoma at the IDB lab, the IDB also launched last year Find It, which is also a knowledge search platform. And one of the things we learned is using artificial intelligence, it was giving us the lessons learned, extracted lessons learned from our project documents. And at the end of the day, what we have with Find It, and we are still using it, is that, and what we found out is that it takes literally what those documents are saying. And most of the times, we notice that those are accountability documents, not learning. And that artificial intelligence is bringing like literal responses from those documents. So at this moment, we're going back to the beginning and thinking and helping and training the algorithm to really understand what is it a lesson learned and how can we write better lessons learned using artificial intelligence. So thank you. So we're going to Robin. Robin, based on your Doctors Without Borders experience, what key lessons learned have you gained in change management to improve the effectiveness of your projects, and who has been your key allies in this process?
Well, thanks very much indeed, and hello everybody, and thanks a lot for the invitation. It's great fun to be here, and I'm already learning lots. So I think the first lesson that we learned is to hire change facilitators. And so I think I was the first within Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, to have the word change in my job title. But now there are many of us, and it's standard when you're implementing large projects to hire a change, and I call it a facilitator. Because I don't think you can manage change, you can only help it in the right direction. So we call them change facilitators rather than change managers, because the project manager will be focused really on delivering the deliverables. For example, be it, I don't know, a phone or a new tool or a new book or a product or whatever it is. And that's very kind of one side of the brain. I always forget which is which. There's one side of the brain which is more practical stuff and the other is more emotional stuff. And the change facilitator is about people. And the people side of delivering a project. And so that's the number one thing we've learned. And so change facilitators, hire them and let them loose on your organization. And there's lots of cool models that they can apply. My favorite one, and other models are available, is Kotter's 8 steps to leading change. I'll drop the links in the chat in a bit. Why? Because it's like a handrail, in the same way that when you're speaking live, sometimes it's nice to have a PowerPoint to hold on to. When you're implementing change, sometimes it's nice to have a model to hold over. Not all models most of them are wrong, in fact, but they're all useful, these models. And so it just helps structure the way that you approach change facilitation. So we do that now. We teach internally our staff about change facilitation and using of the models. And then the last thing I'd add is communication. You cannot well, it's very difficult to over-communicate. And this could be everything from leaders standing up and talking about the change, what's going to happen, and taking ownership of it in front of everybody else. But also, so that's proactive communication, but also passive. And so having a good website is a strong rule for us, either an internal page on your intranet or an external page. For example, recently, in the last few years, we've been launching an MSF Academy, Médecins Sans Frontières Academy, which is about bedside training of our staff that we work with in the field, our medical staff, and to tell everybody about that, because it's got a new approach. Before, we used to bring people out of context and train them outside of the operations, and so they could concentrate on the training. We still do that, and that works well, but this is about in situ training, bedside training while people are actually doing the job. And this is the and so we built a whole communications package. There's comms officers working within the project team just to talk about the project, to communicate to both internal and external stakeholders. Over.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to you, Ed. In your new book, The Smart Mission, NASA Lessons, which, by the way, we have 3 copies of the book here and can be signed by Ed himself today. In that book, and just following up on what Robin mentioned, the human component, you highlight the human dimension in projects. And you specifically declare in your book, and I'm going to quote you here, that project success is fundamentally about how teams work and learn together to get things done. Yep. So if you can expand on this and talk to us a little bit about the leadership role in fostering a culture of continuous learning within organizations.
Yeah, no, it's essential. Many of these people are talking about projects. I heard Chris talk about it, I heard Robin talk about it, I know Suzanne does that. And things get done through projects. They get sponsored by people who give us funding and trust. They're leaders. They either believe in you or they don't. And so how do you get that? And at the core, it's the focus on people. And so largely the book is really, I guess, in some ways it's a love letter about knowledge and learning from the standpoint of trust people, which should be easy, but we go against the grain. And I symbolize that. When I started at NASA, my background is organizational psychology. For different reasons, I was asked to create the NASA Academy of Program, Project, and Engineering Leadership. I thought it was insane. And the people who were asking me in Washington to head it up, I said, you know, I'm an organizational psychologist. I know nothing about project management at the time. I know less about engineering. And the best answer I ever got from really anyone was the nature of NASA is to be very decentralized. The power is at the project level. If they hire someone who is an expert, who are very experienced in these areas, they're going to naturally try to incorporate how they do things, kind of force it on others. And the NASA community will kill that. It doesn't work that way. You're going to have to learn from the engineers and the project people. You're going to have to talk to them. They're going to have to listen to you. And you have expertise in learning and development. That's what we want. And so with great fear, I went to that. For the first year and a half, though, at NASA, I tried to kind of cover up being this psychologist. I tried to keep it quiet. But then what I started seeing in all different ways is the successes we had was from teams, always teams where people really took care of each other. An effective project team, really, they have a love for each other, right? The failures typically were when we would ignore the human component in every case. And that was also one of the things that how I got the budget for when I was told you're going to be this change for learning. They all agreed to it, but I had no money. So how do you get the money? And how do you get really engineers to say this is good? NASA always has reviews from external organizations in terms of costing, schedule. They have failures. They review those very closely. And they have recommendations out of all of this. So we went through the last 10, 12 years of studies, and we found there were 50 projects that were on lists of problems, failures, mishaps, overruns with recommendations. And along the Y, or along the vertical line, we had all of these projects. And across the top, the only thing we had was the cause of that failure or the overrun. And there were basically about 7 themes that kept coming up. And the lack of resources into learning and development and a focus on knowledge was like a Christmas tree in the middle of the night. It was on virtually every one of those. So I had one slide on that. I got time in front of the leadership, the visibility of the issue. I presented the slide. I didn't say anything. Just let it go for about 10, 15 seconds. And then the person chairing it, the deputy administrator at the time, General Jack Daly, number 2 guy at NASA, said, so what you're telling us, Ed, is that we're failing because we're not putting money into learning and development. And I was able to say, no, I'm not saying that because I didn't produce these reports. NASA people from regulatory organizations said that we're failing because of these 7 factors, predominantly lack of. And 10 seconds later, he says, you're going to get funding for this. And so people, once they see it, but it's hard, but just understand that this is a weird thing. People trust technology, people trust reports, people trust process, all good things, but people are nervous about other people. And so we cover that thing up, and I kind of symbolize that. But when they see things, they will come to the conclusion, and then it leads to a discussion of how do we do this. And then the question was how much money. And again, I was at NASA 33 years. I would have to say that I always had support for budget because I think we were talking around the same concept of how do we help what we're trying to do, the people at the center point, making sure people can raise their issues, concerns, criticisms, how we're using it, but just understanding that we would trust each other, that we have to learn and develop it. So I learned early on that if you want to increase failure, then don't listen to people. And you increase the risk exorbitantly. And if you want to increase success, you have to really focus on people. Sometimes people are saying things you don't want to hear at the time, but it adds a strength to things. But it's the hardest thing I found for humans to do, is to listen to other people and to take down the masks. We're raised about, we're smart. Everyone here is smart people. We have to dress smart, and we have to believe smart, so we have to know everything. But we don't, and so you need, all these different people with different perspectives in the room to do it. So it was the biggest learning, and to me, it's the most important thing. That's still the hardest thing to convey. So.
Thank you so much, Ed, and I hope our boss is here listening to the increasing budget part of this conversation for learning
Gotta back it with money.
And knowledge management.
Yeah.
Susan, how do you think that development organizations and multilateral organizations can better collaborate to share and to discuss lessons learned? So faster learning can happen across interagencies to better support development effectiveness.
Yeah, thank you, Lorena, for asking this question. It's one of my favorite questions because I really wonder, we are all funded by pretty much the same donors and member countries. So if I was a donor sitting in one of the Ministry of Finance or Foreign Affairs or so on, I would really ask for one knowledge base across these different organizations and for sharing the learning a lot faster. And I'm pretty hopeful that this will improve, especially with the climate change challenge that we all have. And we have to really rethink what kind of projects we finance. If we talk about supporting any actions against climate change and then we finance a lot of gray infrastructure, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So learning faster how we do sustainable procurement, how we do we design nature-based solutions, how do we convince governments to borrow for new kinds of projects, and how to really foster interdisciplinary project design and implementation will be key. So I do hope that we have a community of practice on knowledge management. Lorena is also a part of that and active there across the multilateral development bank. So I do hope that we share one agenda to manage knowledge across these organizations. And as Marcelo said, one way to do this is, of course, through digital technology, to share more digitally, but of course also to have more conversations among us and to expand the community organizations.
Thank you so much, Susan.
And maybe one more point, Lorena, to this. maybe one more point. I mean, I think it's also that developing countries are asking for that. They want to know from all of us what are the projects that work and what are the lessons that we can share. So probably that push will come from the clients also.
That's a very good point. And we have our clients very actively participating during this Knowledge Week, so hopefully that will happen. Chris, we would love to learn about how the International Olympics Committee follows or monitors the reuse of lessons learned during the game cycle. Do you have any metrics or systems in place to monitor that reuse, which is so important?
Nice reminder to unmute. I think I should have a T-shirt. Please unmute. Yes, I think this is the biggest single challenge consistently, right? Measurement. I mean, formally, how we do it is through KPIs, up to 50 KPIs, split into 3 categories across all our projects. Adoption, which is mainly about access and engagement with the learning experience or the piece of content. Effectiveness, which is trying to measure really the cost benefit against the specific purpose of any individual item or asset. And then alignment with wider goals and priorities, kind of more macro view of where we want to go. But it is very difficult. I think there are a few things that I've picked up over the years that can have helped me. I think nurturing a precautionary approach with executive sponsors is absolutely critical. And that involves going out on a limb, building the relationship, winning the kind of argument, if you like. Just because there isn't evidence that something is effective doesn't mean it isn't effective. So instilling a precautionary approach in executive sponsors is something that I think works well. It's not easy to do, but it's reaped significant reward for me in my role. I think increasingly a reliable technology platform is absolutely essential. I mentioned that before. You need learning analytics. You need native AI options to really measure the volume of stuff that's being delivered. I think trying to measure too much is wrong. You have to start small. It's much better to have fewer reliable measurements than try to, measure everything. So you have to convince people that picking the low-hanging fruit is the most important first step when you want to start measuring stuff effectively. I think also it's really about the experience, not the content. So trying to get under the skin of what people are experiencing through consuming knowledge, consuming learning initiatives. And there are all kinds of different ways you can do that, mostly informal. Dialogue, talking to people. When I go to the Olympic Games, I spend a huge amount of time just speaking to different stakeholders, trying to understand what their experience has been of their particular journey. And then there's lots of formal ways you can contextualize that dialogue, debriefs, and so on. I think it's really important, increasingly important, to mix it up with different data points, both quantitative and qualitative. So we are doing increasingly measurement of the games using smart cameras and so on. So introducing all kinds of different data points can help with the measurement in different ways. They tend to throw up all kinds of things you haven't even thought about. If you have a smart camera focused on a bus and that reveals that the occupancy drops off at a particular cycle in the competition program, then you can probably kill that bus in terms of the timetable and save a bit of money. I think consistent, persistent executive reporting is essential. Dashboards, even things that are pulled together manually, but that tell a story is a foundation for all of the governance that we do across. Competing for budgets, you have to be able to tell a good story, right? I think it's really critical to act on any insights and measurements that you get, and that points to really failing fast. So not hesitating to retire a particular program if there's, clear indications that it really isn't being adopted or it really isn't working. You have to be quite brave. You might lose some investment a little bit, but it'll pitch you into the next thing and encourage you to innovate in all kinds of different ways. So I think acting on insights is critical. And then the final point is it's a continuum, measuring all this stuff. It never ends. There is always something new to measure. We're having raging debates internally about AI at the moment and how that can impact what we do in terms of measuring all our programs. So those are the comments I would say on the challenge, the omnipresent challenge of measurement of all this stuff.
Thank you so much, Chris. I see our panelists nudging when you were talking, so thanks for your insights. Marcelo, you work in an innovation lab. Mm-hmm. How do you think that we can fully leverage that symbiotic relationship between knowledge and innovation?
Let me start from something that I already stated, which is innovation and knowledge need to go together. Knowledge is at the core of innovation. That's easier said than done, okay? But I think we need to be clear about that. Now, what is the challenge nowadays, especially nowadays, is that innovation is moving very fast, and knowledge creation is always trying to catch up with that. So for small and for large organizations, the challenge is exactly the same. How do we manage at the same speed that innovation is happening? So in a very practical way, I think that we need to better leverage the capacity of our knowledge managers, of our knowledge creators, of our own specialists, actually. And to do that, we need to actually use technology, and I don't want to oversell technology. And that's what I'm saying, baby steps to create knowledge, using the technology that we have, understanding the limits and the capacities. So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to get our specialists, essentially, to leverage what we have practically today with generative artificial intelligence. The first thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to create first drafts. The first draft of a document, the first draft of a memo. This is a very practical thing, okay? But it creates another layer of knowledge, which is after you get the first draft, you can edit, you can better your prompt. By the way, prompting engineering is what is coming. If we don't know prompting engineering, we cannot do management of knowledge. That's at least my view at this point. So first draft is super important. The second one is one that we struggle all the time, which is updating knowledge products that needs to be updated all the time. So artificial intelligence in the generative side allows us actually, or can allow us to get away from the drawer effect. The drawer effect is when you put your study in a drawer and you forget about it. Okay, so money, time, insights all go into a drawer. So that's the other thing that is important to us. And the last one, it's end user and self-services. And I already told you about the experiment that we are doing, trying to get our specialists to have a conversation with ChatGPT, now 4, actually, and create better indicators that are aligned. Well, this is an evolution from the chatbots that we were working before. So we need to keep working on that. I'm going to come to the last message the same way that I did it before. All of this is going to free up time of our knowledge specialists to actually refine and improve what we are doing. Make it actual, make it real, and make it usable.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcelo. And Robin, my last question for you is, Doctors Without Borders often implies collaboration with stakeholders, being that local communities or governmental bodies. How does your team engage with those stakeholders to ensure there is a permanent cycle of learning during the design and the implementation of your projects?
Well, tea is the first answer. The art of drinking a cup of tea, very, very important. We do an awful lot of it, tea or coffee or whatever the local choice of drink is. And very often, in fact, local entrepreneurs, they spot a business opportunity whenever a Médecins Sans Frontières office lands or is set up, and they think, there's some people who are thirsty there. And that's great because that provides a constant feedback loop with the local community because it's a place to meet and discuss. And so I spend a lot of my time, as Chris mentioned, he spends a lot of his time, I do the same, drinking tea. It's very important. I think the second thing is that we've now got institutionalized ways of engaging with our local partners, community, patients, local Ministry of Health is usually our key interlocutors. And we call it a round table. And it's a part of the project management life cycle, and it happens regularly, and it's facilitated by a neutral third-party, content neutral facilitator, and translated often out into many languages, much like this is as well, or interpreted, etc. And so these are really formal moments during the project management life cycle to really engage with all the key stakeholders. Voilà. And then thirdly, we've got an in-house evaluations unit. And so it's we mandate it to run evaluations on our own operations. And it's kind of marking your own homework to a certain extent. It's true that sometimes we go for external evaluations as well. But because they're in-house, they know us well, and so it makes it easier for them to work in the field with us and come and visit and do evaluations, and that's very valuable for us. And so we've got our own kind of knowledge bank, which we build up based on that. So that's in terms of collaboration. But then in terms of the cycle of learning, I think it starts with good briefing when people start their onboarding, you might call it. And then very quickly, I think, I've been really inspired by ISO 30401, which is about knowledge management systems, I think it is. I'll drop the link in the chat afterwards. And it talks about building a culture of learning. I'll quote here. A knowledge management culture reflects the extent to which people feel comfortable openly discussing issues and offering advice, can share knowledge information openly and honestly to enhance socialization and the flow of knowledge through the organization, protect organizational knowledge, feel empowered to autonomously act on knowledge, demonstrate accountability for their own learning and results, offer their knowledge to others rather than keeping it to themselves. Knowledge is power, but sharing knowledge is far more powerful. Collaborate with rather than compete with their colleagues. And crucially, as has been mentioned several times, particularly by you, Ed, is the investing time in reflecting and learning and placing value in acquiring new knowledge through their own experiences. And so that's been a real influence on us. And we try and create that culture. And one of the ways we do it is through promoting communities of practice. And so different thematics, for example, pediatrics. There's a community of practice around pediatrics. All the pediatricians, they get together, all kinds of community events, they exchange from all over the world. And then finally, at the end of the life cycle is the debrief, the end of mission report. And we've got structured and also very personal human-to-human ways of debriefing. My favorite one is voice from the field. That we recently did it. I'm sure you're aware there's some rather nasty situation at the moment in Khartoum. I'm understating it. It's a civil war. And our surgical team just got back from Khartoum. We're rotating surgical teams. And we had we gave them a podium to stand up and talk about their experience. And so it makes it very personal. Chris, again, you talked about making things, storytelling. And so you can really hear the experience. And so that idea of giving people a platform to be a voice from the field, so you get it directly, you get the learning immediately, is really important. You get more than just kind of the metrics and the figures. You get the story and the emotion. It's really important to us. Over.
Thank you so much, Robin. We have all heard during this week the importance of having in place a knowledge management framework. But as Marie Gardner, I think she's also joining today, she mentioned on Monday that having just processes in place is not enough. We need, to have a holistic knowledge management framework, we need to have processes, yes, but we also need to have support from top management. We need to use digital tools, artificial intelligence. We need to communicate well the knowledge that we are generating, do some storytelling, but we also need to have incentives. So thank you so much for all your insights. We really appreciate it. And we are having several sessions today about incentives, so I hope you can join us. And thank you so much to all of you and to all our STEAM panelists for participating.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a pleasure to listen to all your insights. Thank you very much. Well, the session highlighted that this iterative approach ensures that the international development community remains adaptable, innovative, and well prepared to drive positive change in a constantly evolving world. Let us continue with truly historic moment during this Knowledge Week. I have the distinct honor of introducing the Global Evidence Compact, a joint statement on strengthening the culture of evidence use. This initiative is proudly presented by a consortium of eminent organizations, including the Inter-American Development Bank, of course, the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation 3, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, KFW, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. Steering us through this signing of this momentous memorandum of understanding, please join me in welcoming the Executive Advisor to the President of IDB, Amanda Glassman. It's all yours, Amanda.
Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm really pleased to host an incredible group of people who are committed to improving the generation and use of evidence to enhance development impact. Of course, through organizations like the OECD, there are already standards for assessing development effectiveness, but this is really taking it a step further, that we should systematically generate and use evidence about what works and use that to make sure that our money is making a difference in the way that we have promised. And of course, this is extremely important in the context of a new institutional strategy at the Inter-American Development Bank. So today we've partnered with 3IE, which is the International Impact Evaluation Initiative, as well as colleagues from FCDO, from the Millennium Challenge Corporation of the US government, from KFW, which is the German Development Finance Institution, and with NORAD, which is the Norwegian Development Agency, to really take a look at our evidence practices and commit together to doing even better. So with that, I'll turn it over to Marie Garter, who's the Executive Director of 3IE, to talk a little bit about this commitment that we're all signing today and where we go from here. Thanks, Marie.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Amanda, for that introduction. I'm really delighted to be here with President Goldfein and Alicia Mandeville-Phillips, and that we will be joined virtually by leaders from several key development organizations, including Bård Vegar Solhjell from the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, or NORAD, Charlotte Watts from UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, and Jochen Kluwer from Germany's KFW Development Bank. Thank you for taking the time to be here and signaling your support for the important commitment. You are examples of what dedicated leadership can do. When 3IE was founded 15 years ago, there was very little rigorous evidence of what worked in international development. And the focus was mostly on monitoring disbursements and outputs. Thankfully, in the years since, the body of effectiveness studies has grown from very few to over 12,000. And the range and quality of evidence-producing methods has expanded. There is much more access to rigorous evidence of what works, why, and for whom than there once was. However, despite this explosion in the availability of evidence, the actual use of the evidence continues to be a challenge. 5 months ago, in May, 3IE, along with the Center for Global Development, with Amanda's leadership, convened a group here in Washington to discuss how to improve development effectiveness by reinforcing a culture of evidence use. Our discussions were informed by the key findings of a 2022 report by CGD on new evidence tools for policy impact. And the report identified the lack of institutional incentives as a key barrier to the use of appropriate evidence. It said, and I quote, "Professional success is still too often measured by project approval and disbursements, as opposed to learning from, acting on, and sharing of evidence. Even when evidence generation is prioritized, decision makers may overlook the methods that are most appropriate and relevant to answering specific policy questions." To guide discussions around these findings and what to do about them, we outlined the levers that institutions actually can pull to improve the use of evidence. These are summarized as training, resources, incentives, processes, and signals from leaders. And the framework we refer to usually then as TRIPS. The Global Evidence Commitment, this initiative that we are so pleased to announce today, is the result of that May meeting and does two things. First, it brings together leading peer organizations to learn from each other as they work to use the TRIP levers to improve institutional evidence culture. Second, as you will see in our statement, we start to address the problem of choosing the right type of evidence to answer questions that the decision makers face at each step of the programming and project cycle. It would be remiss to claim that these are entirely novel ideas. In fact, and as you've heard also over the last few days, several individuals and their organizations here have been grappling with this for years, and some have made strides in improving how investments are made. Through this initiative, we hope we have the opportunity to share that learning and move forward together. So why is it important, and particularly why today? While global poverty has been on the decline for decades, the years of the pandemic saw a spike in poverty. With increasing global conflicts, democratic backsliding, the very live threat of future pandemics, and the many challenges of climate change, the call on resources is growing, making it ever more important to squeeze as much benefit out of international development spending as possible. This is why the Global Evidence Commitment is focused on identifying the most cost-effective approaches to solving development challenges. So, what's next, you will wonder? I'd like to share a few commitments on behalf of 3IE to move this initiative forward. First, 3IE will reach out to coordinate mutual support among signatories in their efforts to advance their related institutional agendas. Second, 3IE, with support from the pioneers signing today, will invite other organizations to join the Global Evidence Commitment. We've already had encouraging conversations with other organizations and will work to broaden the community committed to these principles. Third, 3IE will help convene the signatories in 1 year's time to revisit progress on the implementation of their commitments and to share lessons learned on progress and challenges. Institutions interested in signing the Global Evidence Commitment will also be invited to participate in this first, perhaps annual, convening. We understand that statements in and of themselves don't create change. So today is just the first step in a process to really roll up our collective sleeves and do the hard, detailed work of institutional change. And we couldn't really be more thrilled to start a journey with these leading organizations. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie. And for the audience, you also have to know that Marie was a former employee here at the Inter-American Development Bank. Of course, the place where all good things start, right? Now let's turn to Dr. Charlotte Watts, who is the FCDO Chief Scientific Advisor and Director for Research and Evidence. This is a really unique position in the bilateral aid agencies, and it's really an honor to have her here today virtually.
Hello, my name's Charlotte Watts, and I'm the Chief Scientific Advisor at the Foreign Commonwealth. And I'm the Chief Scientific Advisor at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. I'm proud today that FCDO is joining this Global Evidence Compact, which is an excellent opportunity to strengthen evidence-informed decision-making and putting evidence, data, and analysis at the heart of our work. Over the past few years, we have made data and evidence-driven development and diplomacy a key element of our transformation strategy, focusing our resources on the highest international priorities to achieve maximum impact. Evidence always matters, whether your objective is to accelerate development progress or make progress on a particular foreign policy priority. It is critical to not only measure and learn from our successes, but also to learn from where we could have done better. A culture of evidence use also requires us to ensure that our staff have the necessary capabilities and skills to ask for, interpret, and use evidence. In our work internationally, we draw upon a range of different types of expertise and evidence. This includes evaluation findings, rigorous and systematic evidence syntheses, as well as the commissioning of new research where we face important evidence gaps. These types of evidence feed into our decision-making, including high-level strategy, program selection, design, and delivery. Yet global events often require us to take rapid decisions in response to crises. To take an informed decision within a few hours or a few days, we rely on our networks of internal and external experts as well as evidence. The creation of FCDO from DFID and the Foreign Office has brought together both geographic and thematic experts into one organisation, which is now providing us with a richer and expanded source of expertise. We also rely on external advice, and we are constantly looking for new and better ways to find, fund, and utilise expert advice in a crisis. We know that the consistent use of rigorous evidence by organisations is fundamentally influenced by institutional incentives, and that there are barriers and also levers that we should deploy. That is why we're absolutely committed to continuing to understand and address these through investing in skills, training and capability, aligning the incentives and creating the systems and processes to support the implementation of commitments made in this compact. We are very pleased to sign the compact today. I'm going to sign this now. And we very much welcome other international development funders, donors, low and middle income country governments and philanthropies to also join with us on this compact. Thank you. Hello.
Among U.S. government agencies in the development and use of evidence. Over to you, Elisa.
Excellent, thank you. So it's really a pleasure to be here today, and thank you to the folks who have organized this opportunity to make a public commitment to the culture and use of evidence, or to a commitment to a culture of a use of evidence. The Millennium Challenge Corporation is an independent U.S. international development agency, so bear with me for bringing a little bit of U.S.-style hand-waving enthusiasm to the situation. We as an agency are actually genuinely enthusiastic to be able to make this public commitment because the use of evidence and data is really built into the agency's DNA. It's part of our founding legislation, and MCC, when it was set up 20 years ago, was created as a U.S. effort to really put into practice the lessons of 50 years of international development work by all kinds of organizations, the multilateral banks, the individual bilateral organizations. We'd learned a lot over 50 years, and one of those is that evidence and data for decision-making really matters. So when MCC got set up, we were told, all right, go into this whole on. So we are, to my knowledge, the only bilateral aid agency that uses a fairly public and data-driven process to select the countries that we will partner with. You can find it online. You can find all the data we use online. And before we make an investment, to do both a constraints analysis to really understand what is the evidence about what's constraining the economy we're going to work in, but also to do a cost-benefit analysis. Can we feel confident we're going to have substantial economic impact based on the costs that we're going to put in? And then finally, to actually independently evaluate every single project and to post those evaluations online, to share them publicly, the good, the bad, the confusing, those that we couldn't actually tell what happened. You can find them all at evidence.mcc.gov, and I will say that's been a lonely time sometimes. Sometimes you got to post something that shows something didn't work, but that's the evidence you use to make your decision next time so that you make it right the next time, you get better impact, you have a better effect on the world. So we're really enthusiastic to be able to sign this. Evidence and its use is absolutely real to MCC, and we're keen to be able to join with others to make a statement publicly that this is the way you move forward into a world that is slightly more complicated every day. Facts still matter. I once upon a time would say I'm an economist by training, and I know that incentives matter. And I think making a public statement like this is how you build some of those incentives to actually lean into the use of evidence. At another point in time, I would have said I'm an institutionalist at heart, and that both of those are still true. And so I know culture matters. And so I think it's really keen that we've actually made this point that it's a commitment to the culture. And that takes a lot of different kinds of doing. So we know we're keen to increase the use of evidence both inside MCC, but also for others. And so it's really great to be able to join with others to do this publicly today. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Yes, this is a commitment device for those of you who like Econ Speak. Absolutely. And that's the idea, that we follow up with each other in a year's time to see if we're making progress. Now let's turn to Jochen Kluwer, who's at the head of the evaluation unit at KfW. He's joining us live via Zoom.
Is that Berlin, Alemania?
Yes.
Good afternoon from Berlin. Pleasure to be part of this session. Unfortunately, not in DC. I'd love to be there, but no, it's virtually at least. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be part of this group of signatories of this very, very important initiative. So thanks a lot, Marie, for starting this process in May and bringing us all together. For KfW Development Bank, as a bank, a new transformational strategy, it's called KfW Plus, has one key pillar, and that is on impact. And of course, or to maximize impact, as has been mentioned before, we need good evidence. There's also, to me, kind of a personal component why I'm really very happy to see this move forward is, so I have an academic background as a development researcher and professor of economics, and I joined KfW 4 years ago with the idea to bring evidence, in a strengthened form into the institution, and make sure that we use the best of our knowledge in our everyday operational procedures. So yeah, it's a great opportunity. We're very happy to sign this commitment and to move forward. I think it's a great idea to reconvene in a year's time and see where we are. Very briefly, I want to highlight two things that we are specifically working on in this area. One is, so we have across all the sectors where we are active, we have standardized theories of change, and we're right now in the process of basically feeding these theories of change with information from systematic reviews to make sure that we're really making the right kind of assumptions and see, okay, this is an assumption we can make, or maybe the evidence is still not so clear, and we need to learn from our experience. So I want to highlight that. And the second thing, in terms of the institutional learning, we launched an app. It's kind of a web-based app. We coded more than 1,000 evaluation reports into a database, and there's an app available online where within a click of a moment you get precisely tailor-made information on all the evaluation knowledge that the development bank has. I will post it in the chat. I have actually no idea who can access that chat.
No.
It's called IDEAL. So here's the old school version. I don't know, is that mirrored? It's IDEAL, Interactive Database Evaluation and Learning. If you Google KfW IDEAL, you'll get to the site. So thanks a lot for having me and having KfW. We are happy to be invited, very happy to sign this. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Jochen. And I think your showing of the card actually was much more effective. So thank you. Okay, we're now turning to a quick pre-recorded video from Bård Vegar Solhjell, who's the Director General of Norwegian Aid, NORAD, and then we'll move to our star keynote.
Dear friends and partners, I know you will all sign this commitment in a few minutes. My name is Bård Vegar Solhjell, and I'm the Director General of NORAD, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. In NORAD, we acknowledge that consistent use of appropriate evidence is a critical driver of the effectiveness of the work we do and support. This is also firmly stated in NORAD's strategy towards 2030 and in our everyday work. Our saying is that we must let facts inform policy, or facts have the power. But it sounds much better in Norwegian, where we say "fakta skal ha makta," because it rhymes. Over the last few years, NORAD have done several changes to allow for this. First, we have increased our focus on developing evidence-informed theories of change, drawing upon systematic reviews of impact evaluations and other methods. Secondly, we have strengthened our expectations for knowledge utilization and knowledge capture from our grant recipients. And thirdly, we have started allowing funding of strategically important evaluations and knowledge initiatives as part of our grant agreements, increasing the funding available for this purpose. Why is this important? We believe only modest investments in better research and evidence can increase the impact of our spending by a wide margin. Over time, this will enable us and our partners to help even more people and achieve more impact and results than we do today. We will continue to strive to become even better, and I'm glad that we can do so with the help and collaboration of other signatories. And I will now, like you, sign the commitment to evidence. There, now it's signed. No turning back.
Elon Goldfein for the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB Invest, and the IDB Labs commitment. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here for several reasons. One is that we're hosting the IDB Group's Knowledge Week, and for us it's a very important week. And I'm also happy that in this week we are signing this commitment. This commitment is a commitment of the IDB because we care about evidence, its applications. We are very honored to be hosting this signing document. We started this conversation some months ago, and I immediately say, yes, let's do it. We are a multilateral development bank, but we want to sign it with you. We want to be the ones that show to the other multilateral development banks that this is the way forward, this is the way to cooperate, this is what we need to do if we do care about impact and about effectiveness. So I was there, I gave the address at your 15th anniversary of 3IAs, and it was very good. At that time, just to remind you, we say that we're going to be changing the way we talk, the way we think, the way we implement development effectiveness. We mentioned that we would like to have changes. We want to start not talking about only about approvals, so how much we are lending, but we would like to talk about rewarding results. Since the beginning, I've been saying that I don't want to track how many dollars we spend. We want to track how much we achieve in terms of impact. And that has been a message, a consistent message of that. And we have said that to be effective, we need to be closer to our clients, to our partners, to develop that. So I must say that today's joint statement, together with 3IE, the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office that we heard, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, KfW, NORAD, for us is a very important milestone, and I think we are getting it right, to be honest. Where do we go from here? So we have the tables. We're going to sign. What do we do next? First, as we mentioned, we need to bring others on board. And I think the example of us is important. From our point of view, we can bring other multilateral development banks. We have, in Marrakesh, we had talk about our agenda, our joint agenda. We are going to be the president of the MDB group for the next year. And we proposed an agenda. And guess what? Development effective is a new view. Impact was there in the agenda. So I think the symbol and us pushing is very important. I didn't mention TRIPS, but I like the word TRIPS with the TRIPS. Maybe better than missions. We use missions. But I think TRIPS are much nicer to do. So MDBs, the symbol. But then what are we going to do inside our organizations? And we are developing an institutional strategy with a specific reform on development effectiveness. So we're talking about how we're going to change incentives, meritocracy, human resources. We're talking about how we're going to change processes with checks and balances. We're talking about how we're going to use evidence-based to the decision-making. We're talking about how we're going to follow the process, not only the design or the beginning or the approval, but in the middle, in the continuation, and so forth. But at the end, we need to change the culture. And culture is a word that seems abstract, but basically it means when people internalize these changes that we're talking about. And to really make the difference is that we need to be persistent, patient, but very persistent. So you can count on us to, from here, after signing, to be very persistent in our reform, but also in the symbol that we can give to other multilateral development banks. Thank you very much.
And now we'll move to the signing of the document for our live participants. Ready, set, go. Okay. Yay. Okay, thank you so much. This is a great way to culminate our Knowledge Week. Thank you.
Do you want to go there for the picture? No picture? Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to do a short break, and we'll be back, and we'll continue with the Knowledge Week. Thank you very much. Yeah. And I have some important information anyhow. Welcome again, everyone. Glad to have you here. Full house, that's good. I want to remind you that this session will be hearing project stories from our executing agencies and private sector clients in Barbados, Chile, Haiti, Ecuador, and Peru. These stories will be shared in English, Spanish, and French. If you need assistance, interpretation services are available for all languages. Same there on online. Okay, we gather here today for a very special moment where we celebrate those voices in the field that echo through the region. Here to launch the Young Economist Award 2024, let's welcome with a round of applause, Eric Parrado, Chief Economist and General Manager of the Research Department at IDB.
Many thanks. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hey, we need some energy here. Thank you very much for being part of this session, which we recognize the value of knowledge. It's a true pleasure to be here. This past week has been a thrilling mix of inspiration, insights, and ideas. If you have been following the different sessions and speakers, you know that knowledge plays a pivotal role in how the Inter-American Development Bank is shaping the policies that drive development and progress in Latin America and the Caribbean. Our economists produce vital analysis that guides and inspires policymakers in the region, helping them steer their countries through truly challenging times. Much of the IDB's analysis is published in the form of reports, which have served as a blueprint for countless reforms and policy initiatives, providing valuable insights and data-driven recommendations. These reports form the backbone of informed policy decisions that improve the lives of millions in our member countries. Research is the cornerstone of evidence-based policy. It equips policymakers and decision makers with the knowledge and understanding needed to create impactful change. As we navigate the complex challenges facing our region, sound research becomes indispensable in finding effective solutions which are cost-efficient and which can truly change our countries for the better. To further promote and support exceptional research about our region, today I am thrilled to announce showcase your research skills and contribute to the economic and social improvement of our region. So, if you're interested, or your friends, please find more information at this link, www.iadb.org/Young Economist Award, and submit your papers by December 31st, 2023. We hope to receive many research papers from aspiring PhD economists out there. We look forward to your valuable contributions, and we aspire to drive meaningful change and policy innovation that improves lives in our region. Thank you very much.
Well, how exciting, much to look forward to. And on that note, let's continue celebrating. The IDB is proud to reward its clients and executing agencies that stand out for successfully addressing challenges during the implementation of development projects. Superheroes of Development recognizes projects that use systematic learning, exchanges, and past lessons to adapt to shifting environments and generate timely and actionable knowledge for other implementing partners and institutions. Let's take a quick recap through last year's Superheroes of Development.
Durante la pandemia,
During the pandemic, the schools were closed 53 weeks.
requería de fuertes inversiones.
El reto era lograr que los funcionarios utilizaran las herramientas tecnológicas.
The idea of a grass that could do an engineering function was very, very difficult for people to understand.
Pero, ¿qué podíamos hacer?
There really was a lot of not believing that this could possibly be done.
Pero estábamos convencidos que nada era una excusa para dejar a nadie atrás.
Y surgió una idea inexplorada.
Lo primero fue convencernos de que realmente necesitábamos hacer ese cambio.
Y en ese caso la confianza es fundamental.
Para que funcionara, todos debíamos ser receptivos al cambio.
El resultado fue un éxito. El programa resolvió un problema de una manera simple y económica.
Participamos en un proyecto que mira al futuro y que ayuda a mitigar los impactos en el medio ambiente.
Este proceso hoy nos llena de muchísimo orgullo.
Para hacer su presentación y contarnos su historia. Cada historia será juzgada por el panel de jueces que evaluará cada caso con los siguientes criterios: claridad y estructura, contenido y la entrega de la presentación. Después de la deliberación del jurado, el presidente Ilan Golfian presentará el premio a los ganadores. Bienvenido a nuestro jurado, Jordan Schwartz, vicepresidente ejecutivo y operador principal del BID. Anabela González, vicepresidente de países en el BID. Ana María Ibáñez, vicepresidenta de sectores y conocimiento en el BID. James Scriven, CEO de BID Invest. Irene Arias, CEO de Lab Invest.
Annette Kilmer, Chief of the Strategic Development and Effectiveness Division at the IDB. And Giuliano Seabra, Manager of the Knowledge Innovation and Communication Department at IDB. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you very much. Now let's begin with the presentations. This is exciting. I'd like to welcome to the stage, all the way from Barbados, Nicole Daniel and her presentation, Together We Grow Strong Families. Fantastic, Nicole.
Wouldn't it be great that instead of changing the life of one person, we can change the life of an entire family's future? LaSanta Monroe was one of our first clients. She was of the age of 28 years old. She has 8 children. Yes, 8 children. And as shocking as this may seem, she has the potential to do great things. But her situation is not the same as what we would be accustomed to. She, LaSanta, would be like many mothers in Barbados who are in a similar situation. Her circumstances are not ideal. Her housing is poor. She has no food. She has no job. She has no skills, and her education is limited. What can we do? Now, LaSanta, for us, we have seen her through her worst. It is with this that we have come to see her and know her. When I first met Lasanta was inspirational to us. We met Lasanta where she was at. We sat with her through the assessment of her social worker, Ms. Holder, and we recognized that she had potential. She had passion. So we met her where she was at. We understood, we sat, we walked with her, we talked with her, we cried, and we even laughed with her because we knew what she had. From that process, we could recognize that Lasanta had a passion for cooking. So, with that passion, we decided that we would guide her and encourage her to go into the area of culinary arts. And guess what? With that passion, she enrolled, completed, and graduated with a certificate in culinary arts. So, she was so enthused and she was so appreciative of what this project would have done for her. Through this same completion of education, what she would have learned, she used to better herself and provide nutrition and better meals for her family. This was an accomplishment for her. So she too, with the opportunities that she was given, took her skills now and baked goods to sell so that she could get some income to feed her family. Now, her tutor was so impressed with what it was that she could do that they wanted to advance her to the other course. And this is how impressive that she was. So, in the end, she herself became a champion. She felt empowered by what we had done for her. So many of these stories that you may hear, you may think that it is a simple process where they go through. But in reality, there are so many bureaucratic processes that they must go through. All the red tape, the obstacles that are before them, which hinder them achieving their goals. So what can we do? The information out there and the knowledge sharing from the other social service entities across Barbados, they're limited. So it hinders the time and the money that persons must spend to go make sure that they can receive the services to which they are entitled. So what can we do? We have found that the digital transformation in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs through a unified social safety net management information system will help us in this regard. This system, you may be wondering what it is. It is our solution, our innovative solution. It is a centralized system where we can have all of the clients and their data included. And with that data, they're better able to read and get the services that they require. This is the bigger picture that we are looking for. I am glad to say that with this project, we are going to be launching the platform for this management information system in early next year. I am also glad to think that the legacy of this project, this very project, the Strengthening Human and Social Development Project, it has laid the foundation for many social programs to come. On October 13th, 2023, our own Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Mia Amour Motley, would have launched the One Family Program. This One Family Program is a program where it seeks to empower the lives of 1,000 vulnerable families across Barbados. So again, I ask the question, how many stories are you willing to change? We can do this. We can strengthen our families, one family at a time. And in strengthening these families, we will build a better nation. So let us join together, and together we will grow strong families.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Now from Chile, please welcome Ingrid Rojas and her work on Pacto de Productividad, impulso a la inclusión laboral de personas con discapacidad.
Impulse to labor inclusion with persons with disabilities. For many of us, to find a job may be a relatively easy job. One day we're here, another day we're there. My job is in helping those people who have not had the same fortune as we, as is the case of Paula. Paula is 31 years old. And those who don't know her might think that she's a strange person. But Paula is not strange. She's a very smart person. She has a cognitive disability that only requires certain adjustments at work, clear instructions, anticipation, and planning activities. Because changes for her are a tremendous anxiety. Before coming into the foundation Discover Me, Paula has some difficult experiences because the companies that hired her were not prepared to receive people like her. Paula has been in the foundation for 7 months as an administrative operator. Before that, she had to do an enormous job with the organization that had already defined the idea of working with persons with disabilities. And for this, we planned a design from the most basic with the human resources and thinking of how we could have a more inclusive convocation. How can we train the people in the organization so that they can receive people like Paula in the best possible way? Though it may seem obvious, we also had to make adjustments so that she could come into work in a comfortable way. You'll ask yourselves, adjustments would only be for people in wheelchairs. No, it's for people like Paula as well who need different types of adjustments. The schedule, the need to take medications. Each case is different. And of course, though we may have thought of everything, there are things we forget. An anecdote was that during the first days when Paula began her job, one of the colleagues who didn't know her came up to her and greeted her and said, "Paula, you're the famous Paula?" And Paula was, famous? Me? Why? What did I do? Well, that simple detail for her was a tremendous anxiety. But Paula's not alone. With Pacto Productividad Chile, to date, we have included more than 950 people with disabilities and have trained more than 600 employers, public and private. And this is just beginning because the opportunity and the challenge is enormous. That's why I want to invite all of you to the public sector, the private sector, so that all of us together can generate a greater impact in the lives of people like Paula.
Gracias, Ingrid.
Thank you, Ingrid.
From Ecuador, Diego Burgos, and his presentation, Transformando la Chitarra en Oportunidades. Diego.
Nunca es tarde para reciclar.
It's never too late to recycle. And I want to invite you to hear this story. Mr. Baldonado Bonifacio, known as Uncle Bonnie, is 68 years of age and lives in Guayaquil. He began with recycling about 40 years ago, working as an employer in a company. And his work was to carry the scrap and separate the different materials in the patio. He worked for 30 years in very unfavorable conditions. Just before he reached the age of 60, he was dismissed. Before his retirement, with a very little money, he began his own business 11 years ago with a very small truck, and he was the purchaser. He went days after days looking for scrap and buying materials that he then sold to an intermediary. Though things seemed better, the price he received was insufficient for him to cover his needs. The wholesalers wanted to have the greatest margin, and they punished him with the price. 10 years ago, at the recommendation of a family member, they put him in contact with us, Adelka. And we began a labor relationship between an informal provider and the company, as they call us. The company helped Uncle Bonnie to take the first steps to come out of informality, giving him the necessary training for him to complete his first invoicing paperwork. Training constantly to Uncle Bonnie is the greatest added value. What he didn't have was knowledge on personal safety, family economy, scrap processing, or how to handle his taxes. All of these things helped him consolidate his business. Uncle Bonnie not only began to buy more scrap, he joined the select group of more than 200 providers of the Club of Recyclers in Adelka. And you can't imagine how happy, how excited he was, and it's thanks to his effort that a price without intermediaries and the support of the club led him to open his own warehouse. And now he tries to avoid that others live the same conditions he went through 30 years ago. His employers do have a decent salary. They're affiliated to Social Security and use personal protection devices to. And Uncle Bonnie doesn't forget the times when he was a primary recycler. And that's why during the pandemic, which was when he found the most difficult situation, he never closed his business. The people were afraid to come near because they were afraid of contagion. But he received them with a suit from head to toe, double mask, and safety goggles. He painted his sidewalks so that they keep the distance, and he made them go through a disinfection process. And at the end, he gave them a mask. That's why we actually believe that Uncle Bonnie is the real superhero. He's done that all for his family. He has 3 daughters who have given him 10 grandchildren. The next warehouse, we believe, should be called Grandpa Bonnie.
Finalist comes from Haiti. Let's welcome Marie-Fleur Boron and her presentation, Social Security Nets for the Vulnerable. Thank you, Marie-Fleur.
If there's one thing with which we all agree, and that is that we have to eradicate poverty as soon as possible. Adélie lives in one of the poorest neighborhoods of Haiti. For people such as Adélie, to gain access to a quality education is a challenge. To find an employment is even more difficult. She is 24 years old. Adélie is a single mother, unemployed, and no formal education. Facing this reality, we had to find how to work together so as to help her. Our team started to ponder responses, knowing that everybody's involvement is the best way to find solutions. We have set up a consultative process with a local population, local people, to understand her, to listen to her, and to see how together we can find the best way to combat our common enemy, poverty. The Adélie neighborhood is floods each time it rains. So that's why we hired her with other young people in a project to drain and streamline things. Adelie is very proud of her project to drain and to make things healthier. The challenges are huge. Indeed, the threat of gangs, violence is part of everyday life. And we had to find how to work in such conditions. So we had to adapt our hours of work and transportation of materials to avoid the fighting amongst gangs. The workers are so committed that they suggest solutions. Their solidarity is really admirable. Indeed, they committed themselves to realize additional tasks without getting paid necessarily. Adelie is very confident. When she every 10 days she has a salary which enables her to live better, but especially she knows that the work that she does is extremely important for her whole community. Thanks to the salary that she earns, Adelie was able to save and created a small business that enables to meet her needs and meet the needs of her son. Thanks to that revenue, Adelie was able to help her father, who works as a mason, to support his family. This story is one amongst many that shows you how much community work, local participation are important to improve the lives of people, namely in the most difficult areas. It shows as well how work can improve the life quality of people while reinforcing community cohesion. It's this admirable work that FISA, this fund to help out throughout Haiti, helps, especially with the small farmers, the small business people, retail people. From 2019, more than 3 million people have benefited from the support, in 38% women. Through this work, we believe that it is necessary to reinforce self-esteem and their trust in the future to improve their life quality. It is this work that motivates us every day. As to FIAS, we feel we can climb out of poverty. To reach this, we need everybody's support. It is only a beginning. There are still a lot of miles to walk, and we invite you to join our cause. Alone, we cannot get there. However, together, we are certain to be able to do so. Merci, Marie.
Sánchez and the work transformando la cultura policial en tiempos de múltiples crisis. Mercedes, gracias.
We all know what it's like to live in Latin America and to be a victim of crime or to face the fear of crime. And if we are women, this experience of fear can be overwhelming. Latin America has 8% of the world's population, but has 30% of the world's homicides or murders. And this growing lack of security affects every aspect of our lives, where we live, where we walk, at what time we can go out. It affects every dimension of development. It even means that sometimes children can't go to school because they're afraid there will be a shooting. But what is important is that the region is looking for new solutions to combat this scourge. And today I want to very proudly tell you about our project to improve lives. Secure Peru 2025 is its title. We want to give back to the inhabitants of the country's 100 most unsafe neighborhoods the confidence to live peacefully. We want to give them the peace of mind to know that they can live in their own neighborhoods. Let me tell you about police in Peru. As in many countries in Latin America, there are a lot of unmet needs. Police officers had to delete their databases periodically because they didn't have enough space, storage space for more data. In many police stations, there weren't even working restrooms or chairs to sit on. There was a lot of work to do. But working with the police is not the same as working with health officials or transportation officials. We had to create and establish communications links so we could bring together the world of the police with the world of civilians. And these links, these bridges we established have been essential for this project. What are we doing? Well, we are making a change in policing in the most vulnerable neighborhoods, the ones most vulnerable to crime and violence. We are bringing policing closer to the people. We're changing the way we understand how we need to train our police officers to be ready for today's challenges. We're also using technologies that allow us to provide greater transparency, a greater scope, and a greater effectiveness to the services provided by police officers. Interventions based on effectiveness and evidence is what will help us reach those goals and achieve the impact that we want. It has not been easy. Let me tell you, 4 very important lessons learned that we have after this journey. Number 1, police reforms don't happen for the police. They're not done to the police, they're done with the police. Someone said once, police officers only speak police language. No, we need to establish links of trust and sustain relationships that allow us to work together with the police. And for us, these relationships have allowed us to have continuity when in politics there's instability. We've worked shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the national police in Peru. Number 2, education is the cornerstone, what we need to transform our police services. Look at police in Honduras. Better education, more women police officers, and better equipment have generated greater trust and security. 3, we've learned that to have better police officers, we need more women police officers. In fact, Peru was one of the first police forces to bring in women police officers as a matter of policy. And we know that if we have more women police officers, we can de-escalate confrontations between law enforcement and citizens. And 4, as the IDB president said, the demand for security will be much greater in the next few years. The growth of organized crime requires more and better criminal investigations and research. When we started this project, many said that it was an impossible challenge. This is such a complex matter, and here the IDB can offer fundamental value added to countries such as Peru. We've realized that the only way to achieve these goals is to work hand in hand with the police, and we're here to show as a country that it can be done. Thank you very much.
Now, the jury will start their deliberation to choose the 2 winners for the Superheroes of Development Contest 2023. Let's give them a couple of minutes. Stay here. I'm gonna show you a video while they do that, okay? Don't go anywhere.
superheroes, it's all of you. It's the people that make it happen, that knows what's happening in the region, and that are committed to improve the lives of people in the region. So thank you very much to all.
Y así siguen memorizando todo.
Director Natalia Alvarado.
Hola Natalia, ¿cómo estás?
I'm Natalia Alvarado. Nice to meet you.
Estar con mejor seguridad, la verdad que feliz. Para los chilenos en general, esta selección del proyecto Pacto de Productividad entre los finalistas de la convocatoria de superhéroes del desarrollo nos llena de orgullo.
Félicitations pour être parmi les 5 finalistes des super-héros du développement.
Congratulations for being in the final list of the superheroes.
Gracias.
Para nosotros es clave conocerlos.
For us, it's essential to know about their experiences, and then we systematize and share what the bank learns. And we also want to learn from our superheroes.
Enough time to deliberate. I know this is not easy, so I'm giving you 5 more minutes if you want, if you need. Take your time. Okay. Distinguished jury, are you ready? Perfect. Here to present the awards of this contest, let's please welcome with a round of applause President Deland Golfin.
Good morning, everyone. What a nice panel here. Thank you all. I see everybody here. I'm very happy to be here. First and foremost, I want to congratulate all of you for the incredibly inspiring stories we have had the privilege of hearing today. For me personally, it's a true honor to be here with these superheroes of development. It is you, the project executive teams, our clients, who bring to life each of the initiatives we support from the IDB group. Since my first days as the president of the IDB, I have been committed to fostering a culture of impact in our operations. And I've been talking about impact since the beginning, and even today, if you were here before, I was talking about impact. And this is precisely why your work in the field is so vitally important for us. In each of the stories that you have shared today, a project faced unexpected obstacles. This is normal. In development, in other places, of course. And that's why I always say, be patient, but be persistent. Things will get difficult before you get to the success. The extraordinary thing is the determination, the creativity, and the innovation that enabled you to overcome these roadblocks. It is worth noting that you were selected from a pool of 141 projects, teams that applied, representing 25 of the 26 borrowing countries of the IDB group. Almost all of them. Very, very good. The impressive number of speaks to the eagerness of project execution teams to share their experiences, enabling us to document and to disseminate the reasons for their success. This, in turn, ensures that other teams facing similar situations can learn from your failures and your triumphs. Knowledge, for us, is both successes and failures. And your success here, your prizes here, means an example for everybody else. Once again, thank you for your unwavering commitment and passion, and for joining us in our shared mission to improve lives. Thank you for you, thank you for the panel. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready. Julian, please, the envelope. Thank you, Julian.
Wow.
Wait here, para que salga
I've never been on one of these that you open like the Oscar or Grammy, and the winner is, I love it. And the winner is Social Safety Network for Vulnerable Individuals, Mary Florent Monval Bourguignon.
We would love to have you here, please. Come up, please. Yeah, sorry.
There. There's stairs. You can get it. Hey. I was waiting there. Thank you. It's okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. It's not over. We have more prizes. And the winner is Transforming Police Culture in Times of Multiple Crises, Mercedes Matsuno Sanchez from Peru.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. De verdad. Ay. Ay. Acá está la bandera. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. ¿Por aquí podemos bajar? ¿Por acá?
No more prizes. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, of course. Bravo. One more. Bravo for them. And to all the participants, of course. It is not only important to foster the relationships outside of the bank, but recognizing our own work and our own talent is also of immense significance. Here to introduce us to the 2023 Knowledge Excellence Prize Awards, please give a round of applause to President Ilan again. And here with President Ilan will be Ana Maria in this same space.
I'm back. I'm loving it, all these prizes, and it's happy times, and so great pleasure with this. We have knowledge. Knowledge production is at the heart of everything we do at the IDB Group. Has been a knowledge week, you have seen. People here, decision makers who work in development, are faced all the time with tough questions. How can you help them solve their questions? You need to provide reliable evidence. It's not enough to have a hunch. We need to have evidence. That's what distinguishes us. We need to know what works and what doesn't work. And knowing what works and doesn't work is one of the most valuable services we can offer to our partners as they tackle problems in different areas: connectivity, tax reform, infrastructure, climate, and so on. That is why we have at the IDB Group a knowledge for impact agenda. That's what we want to have. You know, we have been saying that we are a knowledge bank, but maybe we should have a knowledge impact bank. A bank that cares about knowledge, but knowledge impact. We care about quality and relevance. We think that this is important. We need to give incentives. We need to reward the type of research that has the biggest impact in the region. For that end, we are launching the Knowledge Excellence Prize to recognize employees who generate rigorous, cutting-edge research that is making a difference in public policy, operations, and the global knowledge frontier. I'm thrilled to report that we received 45 eligible applications under 3 categories. Those submitted to the operations category had to demonstrate how they enhance the design, implementation, and effectiveness of our projects, so operations. Second, public policy. Had to show impact in shaping the measures adopted by governments, public, in response to what? Development challenges. Number 3, and those submitted to the global knowledge category had to demonstrate the advance to global knowledge frontier in one or more specific topics. Each of these submissions was thoroughly evaluated based on the criteria of relevance, quality, and impact. The selection process occurred in 2 stages. First, 16 judges from the IDB group selected 19 finalists. These works were then assessed by a group of 12 internationally renowned academics and policymakers. I want to once again thank all the judges, the 16 judges and the 12 international, for their work. Their commitment and their expertise have been crucial to this initiative and the results. It's a pleasure, as I said, to have some of them coming us here today. Thank you very much. Before announcing the winners, I would like to invite Ana Maria Ibanez, our Vice President for Sector Knowledge, to the stage for the awards ceremony.
Okay, we're ready to continue. Knowledge Excellence Prize Awards. 3rd place. Without further ado, let's begin by inviting to the stage all the colleagues who ranked 3rd place in 3 categories. Diego Arisi. Diego, sigue por favor. And the official picture, please. Dieter Berman. Next one, Dieter Berman. Valentina Saavedra y Adrian von Schild were also awarded, but unfortunately, they're not able to join us today. Congratulations, and now let's pass to our next position. 2nd place. Alejandro Izquierdo Carola Pesino. Congratulations. Mariano Bosch, Marco Stampini, Oliver Azuara, Eric Torres, Pablo Ibarragán, who is also representing Natalia Aranco and Laura Goyeneche, who unfortunately couldn't not join today. Bravo. Marta Rubio, also representing María Caridad Araujo. Marta, perdón, no te veo. Congratulations to our winners. Now, let's pass to 1st place. Yes. Do we have, ¿tenemos el correcto? Okay, we're... Should I receive that, President Ilan? I'll take this, no worries. We'll solve this in a minute. Okay, here, first place, Carlos Escartacini. Samuel Berlinski y Matías Buzo. Sorry. Now, Samuel Berlinski and Matías Buzo. And we continue with Julián Cristia, Pablo Ibarragán, Ana Santiago. Thank you, President Ilan and Ana Maria. And once again, congratulations to all the winners and participants. You may take your seat for the closing panel on the importance of knowledge and uncertain times. To lead us through this key discussion, we're privileged to have Ilan Golfin, President of the IDB, Ana Maria Ibanez, Vice President of the Sectors and Knowledge at IDB, alongside distinguished guests, Susan Walker, Professor at the University of West Indies, and Mauricio Cárdenas, Professor at Columbia University. Thank you for being here, Susan.
Well, thank you very much for being here. What a wonderful way to finish the Knowledge Week. It has been really an insightful week, full of insightful discussions, relevant discussions on why knowledge is important and how knowledge can really strengthen our development work. We started day one of the week discussing the evidence and new ways to address development challenges effectively and efficiently, which is one of the main objectives that we have currently at the IDB, and how knowledge is really a critical input for development work, for the work that we do at the IDB and in multilateral organizations. On day two, we emphasize the importance of evidence and lessons learned to scale our investments, and what worked well in other contexts and what did not, very importantly so. Knowledge provides the basis for identifying the main priorities and the main characteristics and key conditions for successful and scalable social programs. And in the middle of the week, in day three, we discussed some of the key challenges of sustainable infrastructure in the region and how public and private collaboration is crucial for this to happen. On day four, we had an inspiring conversation about the Amazon basin, and also we discussed many opportunities that we have for South-South collaboration in the region and with other regions of the world. We also discussed some practical solutions for climate change adaptation in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this brings us to today, the final day of the Knowledge Week. We listened to diverse perspectives on how to leverage lessons learned from field operations and on the importance of culture and incentives for generating, systematizing, and sharing evidence and rigorous knowledge to make our programs much more effective. The common thread of these 5 days, if you look at it, is clear. Generating and disseminating knowledge is a key instrument to maximize development impact and for improving life, which is the ultimate goal of the Inter-American Development Bank. Before introducing the panel, I really would like to thank all the team that made this week possible. I will not be able to provide names because the team is huge, But thanks to all their hard work and to the many hours of work, we are here today and we are closing the Knowledge Week. So thanks to all of you. In this final panel, we're going to discuss one key idea, and is how knowledge can help us navigate policy action in uncertain times. And indeed, we are going through uncertain times. We are in a moment of profound social, demographic, technological, and environmental change, and this heightens the perception of uncertainty. Uncertainty, or better, the fear of uncertain outcomes, is a significant obstacle to policy reforms in the region. It handicaps decision makers as they struggle with shifting development priorities, the response to these new priorities, and the search for evidence that they can use to make better and sound decisions. And this may ease, therefore, the knowledge and the evidence may ease the sense of risk-taking when confronting decisions with uncertain outcomes. Uncertainty also limits our efforts to select and design interventions. And this is something that we do here at the bank, to really have a cumulative knowledge for providing information for making better decisions. So knowledge is really central to reducing uncertainty about development challenges, opportunity, and which are the appropriate responses to these challenges. In our work at the IDB, it is essential to the success of our engagement to improve lives in the region and to achieve our mission. And for this discussion today, we have a great panel. We are privileged to have three outstanding speakers. We have Susan Walker, who is a leader in children's health, cognitive and socio-emotional development. She led a very important emblematic program of child development in Jamaica. We have Mauricio Cárdenas. He's currently a professor at Columbia University and at the School of International and Public Affairs, and the director of the MPA in Global Leadership, and our president at the IDB, Ilan Wolfgang, who has been an academic, has worked at the private sector as central banker, and now he's leading the IDB. So let me welcome the three of you, and I want to start with Susan. Let me start with you. You are an expert on child development and on child development policies, and as I mentioned, you led a very emblematic program, Reach Up, in Jamaica. And the program is emblematic for many reasons. You designed the program based on evidence, but you also provided evidence throughout the cycle of the project to really document the program and the impacts of the program. So in your experience, how has accessing key evidence about the impact of interventions allowed the successful implementation of policy? And can you tell us briefly how knowledge contributed to the success of Reach Up, which I already mentioned is an emblematic early childhood program that you designed in Jamaica?
Thank you, Ana Maria, and thank you for inviting me. Our team at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica began generating evidence on the impact of early childhood interventions in the 1980s. So that's some time ago. From that time, we were in dialogue with policymakers. However, the evidence that changed things for us was our long-term follow-up of children who had participated in the program, and the demonstration that they had benefits in adulthood in many areas, such as in education, social behaviors, and income. So this evidence spoke to policy in a way that the early gains in childhood had not. But I think in addition to evidence itself, how receptive people are to evidence is influenced by the context. So over this same period, there was a big increase in international recognition of the importance of ECD and of the work that we had done in Jamaica. And then after the launch of the Jamaica intervention as Reach Up, formally as Reach Up, which actually took place here at the IDB in 2015, there was also increased replication of Reach Up in other countries, so that was important. The ECD landscape in Jamaica shifted. So there was, again, they were increasingly recognizing the importance of ECD, and there was also the establishment of the Early Childhood Commission with with the goal of coordinating policy and being more inclusive across sectors. And one thing that came from this is a national policy for children below age 3. And with that, definition of the role of other sectors, such as the social protection and health, and what they were to do to implement the policy. International partners have also been critical, like the IDB, in signaling to policymakers the need for ECD programming, and also their respect for and use of the evidence that had been generated in Jamaica. National implementation of REACH in Jamaica wasn't initiated till 2018, when we were approached by the Ministry of Health, our team at the University of the West Indies. And we are now in a place where we are partners with them, working with the Ministry of Health in the expansion of early stimulation. Not ours, their early stimulation programs. The ministry has also, and we're really very pleased about this, is they've also been committed to evidence generation, both around the impact that we're having and also understanding implementation challenges so that we can work together to improve program delivery. And much of this phase of knowledge generation has been supported by the IDB through the ECD Innovation Fund. So I would have to say, however, that scaling in Jamaica remains a work in progress because budgetary constraints and other health challenges that are important to the minister contribute to inconsistent funding for ECD, but we're making progress. So what I would say is that evidence is critical for policy, but it's often not enough. So we got from evidence to policy required not just evidence, but the right evidence, continued dialogue over all the years with decision makers, an international context which reinforced the value of the evidence, our shifting national policy around the ECD environment, and of course the support of our international partners.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for really a great example, which I think is very important. It's important because it's an innovative program from the region to other countries in the world, but also all the story about the program and how it progressed is very important for what we do here at the IDB. Mauricio, now you. You have been Minister of Finance in Colombia, and you have been Minister of many sectors in Colombia. So many decisions at that level are taken with really a high degree of uncertainty, and you have to take risk often. Could you tell us an example of how the existing knowledge made your decision easier, or at least ease the sense of risk-taking when confronting decisions with certain outcomes?
Well, thank you, Ana Maria. I'm delighted to be here. Congratulations for organizing this week. Congratulations to the finalists and the winners of the prizes. And thanks for asking that question, which is basically about the practical experience on the knowledge and the acquisition of knowledge. And let me give an example of something that was very important in my process and in the way in which I thought about policymaking that had a relation with the IDB. In the 90s, late 90s, when I was beginning my career as a professional economist, I saw a call for proposals from the research department here at the IDB on study for the determinants of labor demand. I had not done any work. That was not the topic of my PhD. I hadn't worked on labor demand, but I thought it was an interesting topic, and I applied for it, and I started working on the subject. I convened a group of colleagues. Some of them you will know, Raquel Bernal, who's now, and I think was here, president of the Universidad de los Andes. She was just a research assistant. She was just finishing her undergraduate degree. And Adriana Kulger, that is going to be sworn in as the first Latino member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. She was also, she was finishing her PhD. So we worked on this, and we came with the conclusion for the IDB study that payroll taxes in Colombia, were very detrimental, not just to labor demand in general, but especially to formalization. Many other studies took place in the next, say, decade or so. So it was essentially a body of knowledge. And I want to underscore the word body, because it was not just one single paper. I think one single paper should not really provide enough evidence to drive the policy decisions. I think you have to have, views from different angles. But there was enough knowledge so that 10 years later, 12 years later, the day I was sworn in as finance minister, the president, my boss, said, you have 30 days to put together a proposal for Congress to do a tax reform. Because this is the timing, and if it's not in 30 days, they won't approve it. And the first thing I thought, we have to reduce payroll taxes. But this is not something that occurred to me. It was based on the knowledge that had been acquired. And therefore, it was something that we could do fast, put together the bill, and luckily get it passed in Congress. The outcome has been very positive. That example also talks about uncertainty, because in the process of getting rid of the payroll taxes, there were certain groups that, of course, lost the secure revenue they had from payroll taxes. Payroll taxes are, generally speaking, earmarked. And in our case in Colombia, earmarked for a very good purpose, which is early childhood interventions. So, of course, it was a bad tax, with a very, very important use. And it generated a lot of uncertainty on the stakeholders of early childhood education. And therefore, if you leave a lot of uncertainty, things don't happen. They're going to block that reform. It's going to be a major obstacle. And I think the experience here says, if there is a lot of uncertainty, someone has to reduce the uncertainty. And someone has to play that role. And although it was not in the initial conception of this bill, we decided that for the early childhood intervention programs, we were going to ensure an adequate level of funding that was going to be embodied into that law, essentially with a budget floor, so that they were not exposed to whatever differences there were in terms of revenue. So basically taking care of the uncertainty. And I guess the agent that can actually do that is the agent that has more options, that has more capacity, in this case, the government taking that uncertainty out. So in this world, and we're going to talk a bit about that, there's so many uncertainties, we have to think who is in a better position to basically hedge those uncertainties.
Excellent example, Mauricio. Thank you very much. And what you didn't mention is that indeed the tax, the reduction on the tax increased formality in an important way. Which is very important. President, you have laid down a vision for focusing on impact, and we have been discussing impact throughout the week. And you have said many times that it's not about how much we learn, but how many lives we improve and how much impact we have. In this vision that you have laid down, what role does knowledge have in the IDB group in trying to improve lives?
The more thank you, Ana Maria, and thank you both for being here in the panel. It's very important to have you here. The more I have experience here at the IDB group, the more I believe that knowledge and knowledge transfer and institutional capacity is the contribution that lasts more of what we do. The more you give skills, education, knowledge, the more you can actually have a permanent effect on our member countries, our citizens. So I do believe that knowledge is quite important. Mauricio was mentioning his experience, and it reminded me my own experience. Because sometimes you are not put in the position in government, in authority, like Mauricio was as a Minister of Finance, and he got a command that in 30 days he needs to do something. So sometimes we are here, think about knowledge, creating knowledge, think about cases. Sometimes we are in academic, not here, and we think this is where this goes, right? But once you are in government, and you have to fulfill in 30 days what to do, and I can tell you that I was twice in government in central bank, and I had the same call. What is the agenda? My case was agenda to reduce spreads in Brazil. The agenda about what do you do with regulation of fintechs? And that was not monetary policy that I'm heading the central bank, so I'm going to meet every month, I'm going to raise interest, not. We're going to communicate, we have all this communication. But at the end of the day, I had to decide what to do in 30 days. And I didn't start thinking about it at the time. I basically took whatever we have done before, knowledge that was created in the university, that was created in groups that we have thought about it, that people have thought about it and I have read. And that was the basis of the agenda. It was called BC Plus. It then became BC Agenda BC Plus, which is basically a set of structural reforms that were quite important. So knowledge building, don't minimize how important it is for government authorities, to players that face quite a bit of uncertainty, this knowledge building from several places, from academics, from practitioners, but also from multilateral development bank. We need to provide the certainty, not really the certainty, but reduce uncertainty, that this is the way to go. Because once governments, authorities are on the ground, they will be questioned by everybody. Somebody will say this is a bad idea. Somebody else will say you're making a huge mistake, and so forth and so on. I can give you another example, and I'm going to stop there because I don't want to monopolize. We were talking about instant payments in Brazil. Should we do it? We wanted to do something that is more inclusive, that could work 24/7, that will cost very little. But I had the idea that this must be a good idea. It's a public good. So I said, yes, we're going to do it. Let's push for it. Let's use public resources to do it, central bank resources. At the time, we were discussing $5 million. So $5 million. That's what it costs to develop PIX, that today is reaching 100, 150 million people. It's a huge success. And everybody dispute who the idea was. It was the idea of the central bank staff, nobody else. But immediately, the established players say, this is a non-competitive process. You're gonna make a big mistake. This is gonna be full of fraud. People will abuse it. This will be done in a bad way. So you need to come with some certainty from somewhere. That is not the political discussion. The knowledge that you bring, and that's constructed by independent players here, is essential to actually making a difference. And in this case, I believe that it made a difference for 180 million people, 150 million people more. And to be honest, if you can reach 150 million people, it is a lot. And that's what knowledge has done in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And you both provide very powerful examples of the importance of knowledge and the importance of timely knowledge, for the knowledge to be there when you need it in the right moment and at the right place. So I would like to ask Susan and Mauricio the same question, which is, if there are specific areas where additional evidence or knowledge creation is currently needed for the region, for Latin America and the Caribbean, in order to create all this accumulation of knowledge that you mentioned, Mauricio, for people to make the right decisions?
Okay, so, well, I'd say that certainly in the area of ECD, that needs have shifted from evidence of what works to support children for optimal development to how do we ensure that all families and children have access to the early childhood services they need, and how do we deliver these services with sufficient quality so that children from disadvantaged backgrounds have the opportunity to achieve their full potential. So, in a sense, we need to take what we already know about what works and show how it can be adapted and adjusted to be appropriate for varying contexts and for the systems and infrastructure through which it will be delivered. We also need to generate knowledge on what scaling with quality looks like so people are clear, and to increase our understanding of the investments that are needed in order to achieve this. I would say we need to, and there are many areas of investment, and these include strengthening systems so that ECD can be delivered, so to have sustainable models of training and support for the early childhood workforce. And we need to continue to learn how to more efficiently monitor implementation and use that information to feed back into quality improvement. As part of this, we mustn't forget to innovate, so we need to continue to innovate around scaling and test these innovations for impact on efficiency and quality of delivery, as well as on outcomes for parents and children. And for one example is that the IDB is now supporting innovation around digital technologies that can help to support delivery by frontline workers, and at the same time, gather information that's needed to manage and strengthen programs. If we talk about uncertainty, I think the COVID pandemic and other crises that have happened in the region brought attention to the need for greater focus in some areas. And these include how to respond rapidly to provide early childhood programs in humanitarian situations and other emergencies, and how to best support young child and maternal mental health. And finally, as we learned in Jamaica, to push for investment in ECD, there's a need for more evidence of benefits beyond early childhood. So medium-term gains during primary school and longer-term benefits. And if we really understand the medium-term gains and we're able to demonstrate that they are good predictors of longer-term gains, then we can begin to use these as proxies for later outcomes and have the evidence we really need to push governments in the region.
Thank you very much. You just have defined a very important agenda in something that we work also intensively here at the IDB for early childhood development, and many things that are important that we start doing. Please, Mauricio, go ahead.
Well, thank you. If you had asked me 25 years ago whether I expected that Latin America was going to go through 2 decades of relatively low inflation, low fiscal deficits, no financial crisis, despite the global financial crisis, despite the COVID pandemic, I would have said, that's a bold statement. But it has happened. It has happened. We've had the macroeconomic virtue. I mean, of course, there are some exceptions. And I think a lot of that is related to knowledge, and knowledge in part created in this institution. But if you ask me, am I satisfied with the growth, the GDP growth numbers of Latin America, especially for the last decade, and the projections that we have for the next decade? I would definitely say no. So it's a little bit of macro virtue without really the reward. And that may lead some to think that the macro virtues is not necessary and that they can do populism. And we have to insist on the importance of macro stability. I mean, certain knowledge has to stick and stay. But the knowledge that we need to really benefit from that and to accelerate growth is a very different type of knowledge. It's a knowledge that, first of all, there's no one size fits all. I mean, the Anna Karenina principle of development that all prosperous countries are basically prosperous for the same reasons, but every unprosperous country is unprosperous for its own reasons, applies here. And we need to identify which is the synthesis of interventions that is more powerful for the specific countries. And the formula that applies to Guatemala probably does not apply to Peru and probably does not apply to Chile. So it's a different type of knowledge. That knowledge is, of course, challenging. It's not something that is easy to generate. But I would say two things here on the issue of knowledge. One is there are lots of externalities. With the example of Colombia that I mentioned before, there were many externalities, many people interested in this topic, a lot of academics got engaged. I mean, and the most important of all externalities, at the end of the day, policy actions. So there are important externalities, and we should promote that. And the other reason that I think that the IDB is well equipped to deal with is on the interactions, on the interdependence. We tend to look at climate, we tend to look at inequality, we talk about early childhood, we talk about health. So all governments in the region understand that they have challenges in all these fronts, but they have a hard time prioritizing. And for prioritizing, it's very important to understand what are the interdependencies between all these dimensions. So I'd say more work on that. It's going to help policymakers. In this world of very limited fiscal space, of high interest rates, and so many crises that are happening at the same time, policymakers are going to really benefit from more clarity about priorities. For some countries, it's going to be, for example, dealing with the crime epidemic. I mean, this is something that is very specific to our region, is very specific to sub-regions in our region, and this is something that we need to tackle in a better way. In other parts of Latin America, it's going to be about making sure that we develop trade and that we have more opportunities associated with trade, intra-regional trade, all the aspects that need to be in place to develop stronger trade relations. I mean, a number of things, but the point here is if you're going to select topics for knowledge, I think the most value added is on these interdependencies, on the interactions between all these dimensions that are very important. So I'd say that to me will be a priority and something that, as I said, the IDB is well equipped to deal with.
Thank you, Mauricio. And now, President, we have several proposals for doing knowledge work here at the IDB. So now the difficult question. How do you see the role of the IDB group in closing those knowledge gaps and enhancing the impact of the Inter-American Development Bank's work and the IDB group's work in the region?
I think we need to be humble. Humble in the sense that we need to be selective on where we're going to fight, where we're going to use the knowledge, what is exactly the knowledge we're going to take into account. Because if we think that we will be doing all the knowledge in the world, it's not going to happen. So let me enumerate some places that I think we can help fill the gap. First, I've been saying that the IDB is a good conduit between the region and the rest of the world. How can you translate it? Why is it a good conduit? We're the largest development bank of the region. We have members that are regionals, that are non-regionals. We've been there for 64 years. We talk to the rest of the world, and we are very present in the region. Knowledge, we can bridge. We don't have to develop from scratch in every sector, in every place. But we can be good at and good enough at absorbing what exists in order to transfer to the region, and absorbing what the region produces to the rest. That's number one. Number two, what type of knowledge? The IDB has very talented people, but also have a very operational, implementable, and policy-oriented action. So we need to think about the knowledge in terms of what helps countries in their policy, what helps private companies in developing, having impact, and try to help them. How can we do that? We need to look at cases which are successful, policies that worked, policies that did not work, have a database for that, some systematic approach to uniqueness, because sometimes the knowledge stays with the people. You're not able to institutionalize it, but we need to institutionalize. We need some database, or if you want, a data case, which are case data. And with this knowledge data case, you can work about it. But if you heard Mauricio, he's telling us to be careful and not to think that everything fits to everybody. So sometimes what is successful in one case may not be to the other. But here is where our comparative advantage is. Having what was not successful is an alert to the next country. What is successful is a good chance that it will work, but then use our offices and our specific knowledge of every country to be able to judge whether our knowledge in general applies to this country. So my main answer to you, Ana Maria, and for what you call the tough question, is we need to choose our battles. We need to think about where the IDB has comparative advantage. And I think our comparative advantage is being the conduit of knowledge from the rest of the world to the region, or from the region to the region, and in our applied, case-based policy, applicable cases of success and non-success that we are ready to share with our member countries.
Thank you. And I want to turn to a very important topic, which is oftentimes not very mentioned, but we can produce knowledge, but we need to be able to communicate it in a good way, so it is used. And Susan already alluded to that in her first response. And I want to ask you again, Susan, how can we better explain the importance, for example, of early childhood development? You already mentioned. We know a lot, but are we really effectively communicating the importance of early childhood development, the critical knowledge that we are producing to policymakers and the society? I oftentimes feel that we have the knowledge, we know that early childhood and education is critical for the development of our children and of our region, but we don't seem to get the message through. So how can we do it?
Well, I'd say that over the past 15 years or so, the global ECD community has actually done quite a good job of communicating the importance of ECD. So there's been synthesis and dissemination of how critical the early years are for brain development and the tremendous impact of adversity on this. So to some extent, we've communicated the problem. And many countries, I would say most governments in Latin America and the Caribbean have an awareness of the need to do something in ECD, in relation to ECD. And we should recognize that some countries in the region have made substantial progress. Where I think we've done a bit less well is in communicating solutions. So firstly, we know there are proven effective interventions that are feasible and adaptable. And the big thing about this is that many of these were developed and tested in this region. We know a lot about what can work with evidence originating in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think that message needs to be better communicated, not just to decision makers, but to a much broader range of stakeholders. We also need to begin to make progress in both generating and communicating knowledge on what it takes to implement with quality and to scale with quality. And we need to continue to communicate that sustainable investment is essential, both to start programs, but also for them to be able to continue. We also need to have dialogue around evaluating the capacity of systems. So often we say that ECD should just be added to a government system. And so we really need to understand the capacity of systems and investing in systems in order to deliver ECD at scale. And we should discuss when it is possible for this to happen and to embed ECD in a system, and where another strategy may be more relevant, such as partnerships, public, NGO, private partnerships. Within LAC, I think we would all agree that the IDB has had a really significant role in communicating with governments, in engaging in dialogue of what is available, what adaptation or technical support is needed, how to achieve investment. And one example for us is that the spread of reach up to several countries in the region has been possible to a large extent through the collaboration between our team and the IDB. And I think, certainly for ECD, we should celebrate how much has been achieved across the region and commit ourselves to continue learning and communicating, and perhaps starting with a regional hub focused on effective ECD programs that would both innovate and share knowledge. And I think the LAC region is uniquely placed to do this. And the last point I want to make is something that's really, I feel is really important, and it's about communicating the importance of equity in access to quality programs. We know that ECD programs have the biggest impact for the most disadvantaged children. And we also know that ECD is being often promoted as being a critical strategy for reducing societal inequalities. But what we can't do is let policies and programs actually make inequalities worse. So we have to ensure that the need for policies and programs to be designed for equitable access by the most vulnerable is really effectively communicated and understood.
Thank you, Susan. And you mentioned something that I believe is very important, and it's the role of the IDB to help knowledge sharing across the region with innovative social programs and other programs that we have in each of our countries. And that's a role that the IDB can play and is well placed to play. And with respect to collaborations, Mauricio, and for the question that I'm going to ask you, you are ideal to answer is because you have been an academic, you have been a researcher, you have been a policymaker, you have worked in think tanks. And so it is very important to understand how can the academic world and the multilaterals collaborate in knowledge creation, in knowledge dissemination, and evaluation of its impact in policy making. So can you give us some insights on that, which I think you may have a lot of them.
Well, thank you, Ana Maria. I'd love to talk about that, and we can go on and on for hours. But let me just tackle that question building on two things that Ilan said, and I think are very important. One is humbleness. I think we have to acknowledge there are things that we don't know. So we cannot be advocating things that, where our knowledge is very limited. And in those areas, I think we should embrace experimentation. There is nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong about experimentation. In some cases, there'll be successes. In some cases, will be failures. The previous session was very illustrative of that. I can give you an example of that. 23 years ago, again in Colombia, we had a 25%, between 22 and 25% unemployment rate. So we needed a major social program. And we didn't know what to do. And at the end, we decided to do three things to see which one was more effective. Conditional cash transfers, generating jobs with small public works projects, and subsidies to the youth to essentially remain in tertiary education, not to drop out. Three programs: Familias en Acción, Jóvenes en Acción, Empleo en Acción. No one in Colombia will remember anything different from Familias en Acción. Why? Because Familias en Acción, the cash transfers, was the successful one, the one that performed well in the impact evaluation studies, and the one that is basically, that survives. But it was perfectly fine to experiment with these three, to see which one was going to be more effective. So that, now we have the knowledge, now we know what works, but we don't have the knowledge on a number of other areas where experimentation should be completely welcome. Second point, also building on what Ilan said, this is not an ivory tower. This is not the place where the generation of knowledge is going to happen. This is a catalyzer. And a lot of the knowledge is taking place in the region, in the think tanks, in the universities. I mean, knowledge is there. But the knowledge that we generate in the region, I think, lacks two things. One is more cross-national interaction, understanding what others are doing in the region, learning from other countries that may have something important for the other countries. And the IDB could also play a very important catalytic role in terms of ensuring that some of that knowledge is converted into action. That's crucial. I don't think the main channel for that to happen is the loans. If you ask me, as a former finance minister, were the loans the mechanism that actually made you do something? Not really. Not really. I mean, the loans were very important, welcome. But really, what to do with the loan was more than knowledge, and essentially what a number of stakeholders thought. So I would emphasize, making sure that in the generation of knowledge, you work with a wide kind of like number of agents in the countries. And two, communication. So we all know that. I mean, it goes without saying, communication is very important. So communication is more than just saying, well, we have the research paper, we have to write a nice, easy to understand, short blog. I mean, that's what we all do. But we need to go beyond that, and we need to basically, I would say, leave our comfort zones where people are cautious, they measure a lot what they say. I think, you need to be bold. You need to generate debate. You need to generate discussion. And that boldness is welcome. So I think that a little disregard for what governments, the shareholders of the IDB think, and more appetite for the provocative and for the things that are going to be debatable, because that's really what generates the traction. That's what people will listen to, and I think that's an important tool. Give yourselves a bit more degrees of freedom. Even if the members of the board in this institution complain, do that, because that's going to be very welcome for the debate and for the communication.
Thank you, Mauricio. And President, the last question of the panel and the last question of the Knowledge Week. And so this is an important question, I think, to close the Knowledge Week that we just had. What is ahead for the IDB group in terms of all the knowledge that the group produces?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question. I hope it's not complaints what lies ahead. But what really lies ahead, I think, is about our institutional strategy, that we had a mandate to figure out what lies ahead in the next 7 years until 2030, 2030 coincide with the development goals, so we need to think about that. An important part of that is thinking about how do we deal with knowledge here. There's a specific section about knowledge bank. Today I introduced knowledge impact bank because we want to have knowledge, but we want this knowledge to have impact on what we do. Susan mentioned communication, and communication that actually could be very inclusive and be very available to everybody. That's very, very important. So whatever we do, we need to be able to have impact and people know what are we doing so that we can be more inclusive. If we focus on impact and development effectiveness, we need, and I've been saying, to change the culture. And I struggle a lot in my past experience. What does it mean to change the culture? Because we're going to try to change the processes, the incentives, KPIs, if you want, to have the language of here. We want to change who's going to supervise, what is going to supervise, who's going to propose. We're going to offer some more time for experimentation, but more than experimentation, changes of course. You didn't get everything right at the beginning. You are allowed to change course. There's nothing wrong about that. Wrong is that you say with the same objectives and for 10 years and believe that this is going to be there because it's going to be there. I mean, it's very rare to get everything right. So how come we have everything right for 90% of what we do? It's basically because we have rigidity to correct the course. And we need to experiment. We have here Irene with the IDB lab. There's a reason why we are the only multilateral development bank with a lab. The name comes with the idea of experimentation, with startup, venture. We need to experiment. If it works, maybe we can scale it. Maybe we can get a unicorn that we can be used somewhere else. So I think experimentation is very important. We need to have a way for us to measure and communicate in a good way. And when I insist that we should not look at dollars, but rather on the results, this is a very difficult proposition. Because dollars, everybody knows, but results is a matrix, is an immense number of things. Is housing, is water, is education, is about productivity growth. I mean, you name it. How can we measure that? We have an aggregation problem here. If we're going to communicate what is our impact, how can I communicate with a matrix of 500 by 1,000? How can I actually reward people with that? Luckily, we are not starting from scratch. There are other people thinking about it. And when we think about knowledge from one side to the other, we can learn from IDB Invest in the IDB Public. There's an effort, not perfect, of having a delta. What is a delta? It's an attempt to aggregate different results. So we can compare a project on education with a project of clean energy, somehow, with all the problems. Maybe we can have something similar to the IDB group. Maybe we can have an IDB gamma, and this gamma is closer to delta 2.0 than delta 1.0. So thinking about that is our next steps on implementing where we're going to use the knowledge, where we're going to use the knowledge impact that we want to have at the bank. And last but not least, I mentioned, we could not do it just us. Changing the culture from dollar to impact is not an IDB thing. It's also an IDB, but it's a World Bank, it's an ADB, it's the multilaterals. So that's why the impact and development effectiveness is in our agenda for the multilaterals, because it will help us that we all embark in the same agenda that we believe is essential for what we're going to do. So thank you very much. You mentioned this is the last question of the last day of the last panel. So let me close with the optimism that we are going to get there. And I would like to thank all of you and the organizers. That was an extremely productive and useful day. Thank you for the panel. Thank you, Ana Maria, for all you have done.
Thank you, President. What better thing to end the Knowledge Week? So
Thank you very much, President Delan. Thank you, Mauricio, Susan, Ana Maria. It was a pleasure to host your event. We're going to watch a video, but please, you're free now to go. Thank you very much, Mauricio. Un gusto verte. We have a video. We prepare a very special video, a recap video of what this week was for us and for you. So.